myself. I can't wait to quit my 9 to 5. For a minute there, I lost myself. I lost myself. For a minute there, I lost myself. I lost myself. For a minute there, I lost myself. I lost myself. Account in the red, couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. Tits gang kept me breathing, kept me on my feet. Tits gang called the bottom, bought more GME. Now I'm in the green, became an option fiend. We escape, this is GameStop. For a minute there, I lost myself. I lost myself. For a minute there, I lost myself. I lost myself. Cars reloaded, diamond hands displayed. Warrants gonna hit, can't stop this train. Ryan push the button, Barry load the tray. Kitty come finish this shit, cause we bout to get paid. We escape, this is GameStop. For a minute there, I lost myself. I lost myself. For a minute there, I lost myself. I lost myself. 72 and my life starts to change. 120 to 220, can't wait till we hit 3K. I screamed at every shot, I'm not fucking leaving. Millions coming in and I never stop believing. We escape, this is GameStop. But for a minute there, I lost myself. I lost myself. For a minute there.
I got a bad position and I need games now. Call Jackie Latits, 877 tits now. I got some bags, but I need moon now. Call Jackie Latits, 877 tits now. They've helped thousands, they'll help you too. Indicators and TA, they will teach you. If you got bad entries, but you need wins now, call Jackie Latits, 877 tits now. 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 Call Jackie Latits, 877 tits now. Join the Tits Gang Discord right now. Call Jackie Latits, 877 tits now.
I'm scrolling through my feed all day. I tried some groups, they weren't that great. Still I gotta find more trades. More fun and education is what I'm looking at. When I join the crew, I'll get the biggest laughs too. So now I've got to see which Discord's right for me. I went on the internet and found the Tits Gang with Jackie Latits. I clicked the invite, took the test to find out my direction. I'm chatting in the server all night, getting my cash on my own time. Tits Gang education made me see GameStop needs to hit that 33. Get connected for free, free with Jackie Latits and TG. Get connected for free, free. Join Jackie Latits and TG.
To the dime, and then buying to boot. Build this straw, do it into the beer. I have using the broke here today because I have absolutely no idea what I am game. Charlie again, I'm hooking my voice. It is as succulent as I hear it. It is a succulent for you.
The best bohemian faking up. Is Jackie in your cup? 4 church beans in your IV, they line the Starbucks. We don't have that here in Russia. I only drink black coffee, maybe little bit of sugar and little touch of milk. But as I waking up, ADX go high and we mix a breakout and we look for the boom boom. Best part of breaking up is Jackie saying bless, and he wants to be bullish on the market and dance a DME. I'm actually about to shit my pants. Pants. I'm actually about to shit my pants. So I have to run to the bathroom.
In the name of the ticker.
Yeah! Tits Gang OG up in this motherfucker! Turn the charts up! Body in the building! Woo! Time to pay that TA shark tax, bitch! Go! Yeah. Everybody panic when the candles go red, but body in the disco got a game plan instead. Posting trucks, twin lines, Mac D heat, while the chat's screaming, do we sell this week? Nah. We react with the fire, react with the laugh, breaking down resistance like he teaching math class. Trust and trade a tag, hanging proud on his chest. If body says load up, then you know it's the best. He the type you trust with your whole damn stack, then bring him home to mom in a Cadillac. Mom, this is my friend Body. He shares TA like a pistol grip shotty. She like, I heard all about that Body, man. He's a trusted trader, legend, and Jackie's grotesque. Green name lighting up the whole damn screen. OG legend of the TGC. Every play hitting like a shotgun blast. When Body rolls through, we make that cash. Body. Trusted trader, certified meme king. Body. TA wizard with the green name bling. Body. In the club like check the name tag, ho. If you ain't down with Body, then bitch, you got to go. OG forever in the Discord gang. Everybody know the damn name ring. If the market crash and burn today, we still riding with the king of TA. Yeah. Friday night with the gang jukebox loud. Body walk in like he owned the whole crowd. Lean on the counter with the whiskey grin. Trusted trader tag, baby, where you been? Usually flop, chicks ain't impressed till Darlene rolled up in a leopard print dress at Oracle. Broken call, don't care. 13 damn kids running wild everywhere. Virginia Slims always get Darlene in the mood. Car bought beer, Oracle bought food. But when Body bought cigarettes, Darlene raced over with the rascal scooter. Body now king of that trailer park cooter. Now we tell the story every damn week, while he posting Fibonacci levels peak to peak, talking gamma squeeze and liquidity flow. Meanwhile the Discord screaming, Body, let's go. PG songs playing loud from the jukebox. Chart tax played in chat, now Body just rocks. TA on the screen and shots at the bar. If you need a new play, better hit that thread. Body got the knowledge locked deep in his head. React guy, TA King. Everybody watch when the notifications ring. Green name glow like radioactive fame. Tits Gang legend, remember the name. Body. Trusted trader, one of a kind. Body. Call out plays while he out his mind. Body. OG legend till the servers die. Show respect when the man walk by. Discord hero with the market flame. Everybody chanting out the damn name. Body. Raise your drinks and let the whole room sing. Long live the meme king of the Tits Gang ring. Yeah. The Tits Gang ring. Woo. Yeah. Green tag. Forever, baby.
Last one.
Ain't can't wait to quit my 9 to 5.
Dog Studios. Wake from your sleep and dry off your tears today. We escape. We escape. We escape. We escape. We escape.
moments that you will look back on, and in 6 months, a year, 2 years from now, you're going to look back and say, damn, why didn't I buy more down here? And I say all this, right, because my confidence in what we are seeing transpire with GameStop is beyond anything that I have ever had with any company and any stock at any given time. This company, this stock, the people behind the scenes are putting in the work, and the shareholders that are sticking around and sticking through it, even when things get emotional and even when things get tough, those are the people that are going to be rewarded heavily, because this is the bloody part of our story. We thought getting beat down for 3 years was tough. No, getting beat down for 2 years after you thought the company was on the verge of seeing something spectacular. You get some eBay news and it looks like the thing's gonna skyrocket in after hours. No, that's the blood.
You see it coming before it's running. Catch the bottom, you don't have to be shy. Then it's turning, started burning. Ride it up to a new all-time high. Look at Jimmy, it's such a pity. He's gearing up, he's bound to fly. We got the titty and the kitty. Yeah, you know he never really said bye.
Let's all be honest, right? Let's all be honest. I'm the loudest, I'm the biggest asshole, I talk the most shit, and I come at fucking everybody. The reason that we ever created Jackie was because I got tired of the bullshit. Right? That was the whole reason that we started this. It's because of all the bullshit that's been going on, not just in 2025 or 2024 or even 2023. No, we're going all the way back to 2022 and 2021. We have people outside of the community, inside of the community, and then somewhere sprinkled right in the middle of all of those, giving their own personal opinion and personal conjecture and blah, 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 blah. I don't give a fuck. Stop trying to fade me on GME. You're gonna get clapped. Not only that, but stop trying to crush the fun that we're having. Because now all of the fun and all of the excitement that we had over the last couple of weeks, gone. Because Ryan's a bad man. Ryan's a really bad man. And he's diluting on us. And now it's not, I didn't even remember any of the fun that we just had. I forgot about it already. Because the GME only goes down. Fuck. Fuck. When the stock was in the midst of a ripping. Because when it goes backwards, everybody forgets about the good times. Yeah, you know that I'm Tits Gang till I die. Always growing, always knowing the port will hit all-time highs, all-time highs. All-time highs, all-time highs.
Yo, screen's green, let's get it lit. It's your boy Jackie Lay Tips. Swipe up with GME, moon in quick. Always back to your tits, never grip. Drugs on fire, levels getting hit. Bulls run by, there's big splint. Pull up, lock in, what you miss. Jackie live, we printing this. Always jet to the tits. Yeah, let's trade, baby, go! Woo! Always back to your tits, never grip. Drugs on fire, levels getting hit. Bulls run by, there's big splint. Pull up, lock in, what you miss. Jackie live, we printing this. Always jet to the tits. Yeah.
Ooh, the tits claw. Oh, So does anyone know where I can buy Unity? Look towards the tits claw. Ooh. Ah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see the names. Great to see the faces here in the chat box this morning. Ben, Buds, Strasgod, Arboy, Derek, GM Janu, Daddio, Neflicious, Eric, Poop, Clapped Out, B. Clay, Bill Shire, Derek, Moneypenny, Tan, John, J-Rock, Fire, SD Birder, Martel, Hamburghini, Mikesy, Bill, Cubics, Martel, Payne, Chico, Fine Day, Rabbit, Rocker, Who is Fearless, Luke, Anti-Gravity, David, MRL, Fusion, Ucell, Moz, Felix, Zoe Dave Chappelle, J-Town, Francois, Dr. Snuffleupagus, Weak Sauce, O'Braley, Bag Alert, Brody, J. Dill, Wiz King, Jailboy. Good to see all of you guys. Good to see all of you guys and girls here this morning. Fibonacci. I like the way that you put your username like that. Fibonacci. Lelio De Felice. Good to see all you guys, man. Good to see all you guys. So I wasn't even sure if I was going to turn on the stream this morning. I was very close to just sort of saying, fuck it. But, you know me. I just have to come on and beg you guys for $2. So because I have to beg you guys for $2, I just wanted to put this out here for today. No super chats. No nothing. You don't have to give me nothing today. Right? We're just going to look through some stocks. We're going to talk about a couple of things that, we kind of find interesting. But I don't show up every day for money. I actually really like this. Like, I really like doing this. And I also really like you guys. You guys make stock trading fun. You guys make it enjoyable to show up. You're engaged and interactive. And, we tend to have a lot of fun. Now, not every day is perfect, but we tend to have a lot of fun. So this morning, what I thought we would do is just go through a couple of things. All right. Now, normally I spend the first portion of the morning driving everybody into hell so that you can look at all of the amazing trades and all of the amazing plays and all of the amazing ideas that we've had set up. But this morning, I thought that we would try something different. I thought that we would start with everyone else's favorite. GME. It's in the game. So if you would like me to start with GME this morning, I'm going to go ahead and need some GMEs in the chat box to get us started. Some GMEs, some Jimmies. I'm gonna need to see the chat box energy just go. Come on, Chad, you got to bring it higher. Come on, Chad, come on. Jimmy, rise from the depths of hell. Folks, you're going to learn such a cool lesson here this morning. Okay? But here's what we're going to do. Off, chart, discussion. Guys, The number one question, the number one question that I have been getting over the last couple of days. Okay. The number one question. Jackie, why are the warrants going up while the stock goes down? Okay. Here's a simple question for all of you in the chat box. What is the warrant of GameStop? It is a blank of GameStop. What is the word that I am looking for in the blank space? GameStop warrants are a blank of the stock. Interesting. Very interesting. The chat box has responded to me with derivative. And that answer is beep, boop, boop. Correct. Congratulations, chat. Way to go. It is a derivative of GameStop stock. And if you are unsure what derivative means, it basically is an option of GameStop. It is a 32 strike call that expires in October. So, now that you know what the warrants are, hey chat, what's coming up soon? What's coming up soon? We have a blank reporting soon. We have a blank reporting soon. The chat box has chosen earnings. And that answer is bing, boom, boom. Correct. Congratulations, chat. Way to go. Yes, we have an earnings coming up pretty soon. And so typically before earnings, this pair of words tends to go up. The blank tends to increase prior to an event. The blank tends to increase prior to an event. The chat box has answered implied volatility. That answer is bing, boom, boom. Correct. Congratulations once again, chat. You nailed it. Implied volatility is increasing on GameStop. And when implied volatility increases, what does that tend to make options contracts do? Options contracts become more blank. Options contracts become more blank. Look at all those answers. Now, fortunately, there were multiple answers allowed on who wants to be a tits and air. So today, we are going, my chat connected and then reconnected, and now it's back. We're back. Okay, that was cool. So let's never do that ever again.
All right. Sorry, I got lost in the fucking sauce there for a second. If you answered, the contracts become any number of more expensive, that answer is boom, boom, boom. Correct. And so, if the contracts become more expensive on options, which options are a derivative of the stock, then warrants, which are a derivative of GameStop stock, would theoretically do what prior to the earnings? The warrants on a stock would go blank before an earnings event. The warrants on a stock would go blank before an earnings event took place. Ooh. If any of you answered anything close to up, you are correct. That's why the warrants are going up while the stock is a piece of shit. Because ultimately, the warrants are a derivative of the stock, which is having an earnings event that's going to be happening relatively soon. And so the market begins to price in the volatility of the stock making a move. And the volatility of the stock making a move, well, that begins to price in volatility. So they make things more expensive, including the derivatives of the stock that has the earnings coming up. And so when you have warrants, which are essentially a call option on GameStop stock, which is now pricing in the volatility of an upcoming earnings, you will see a rise in said stock. Now, what's really interesting is we were watching the warrants for one very specific thing on the chart. Can anyone tell me what you think that may be? Any guesses from the chat box as to what you think we may have been discussing over the last couple of days and weeks on GameStop's warrants? Anything at all that comes to your mind? Is there anything at all? Anything at all? Anything at all? Is there anything at all that you can think of that, you know, maybe it was just maybe just a little important? Listen. I don't know. Maybe. What? Shut up. Yes, folks. The bullish divergence. Now, for those of you that are listening and watching, I educate people on how this stupid fucking bullshit works. Now, I know that there are going to be some of you that tune into these shows that are brand new, that are watching this, and you're like, how does Jackie do this? I do this because I can read a chart extremely well. And I learned from someone who actually knew what he was talking about. Now, one of the things that I learned is bullish divergence is cool, but multiple touches is cooler. What I mean by that is, first and foremost, what is even bullish divergence? Well, join the Discord, and I have several lessons where I actually go over exactly this. And bullish divergence isn't just found on the RSI, it's also found on the MACD, it's also found on the DMI ADX. And I'll show you those in a moment. But first and foremost, I wanted to start with the RSI because the RSI is the truth teller of price. It is the truth teller of price. And when we look at the RSI, as we were watching and monitoring the warrants, we had noticed that there was low number 1, low number 2, low number 3, low number 4, and low number 5. Now, how did we determine each of these lows? Well, each time that we identified one of these lows, the stock made a bounce that broke a 236, 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 a bounce that broke a 236. Every single time. Watch. 236. 236. 236. 236. Break, 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 break. This one, I guess, tested, but we'll allow it. So this right here, folks, gave us some confidence in saying, look, that's a low, that's a low, that's a low, that's a low, that's a low. That's 5 lower lows, right? Does everybody see this? Does this make sense to all of you listening in the chat box right now? Do you see how it makes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Do you see those 5 lower lows, chat? If you do, just give me a quick yes in the chat box. The only reason I do this, right? Like the reason that I ask you to engage is so that you guys look up and you look at the screens and you see what I'm talking about. So that way you can retain a part of this information. So maybe the next time you're looking at some piece of shit stock and you're like, whoa, it's got 6 touches of bullish divergence. Wow, that's really fucking crazy, Jackie. Maybe that thing could really make a breakout, and you'll be prepared for it. Right, so I get you to sort of engage in this part of the conversation so that you can kind of understand what I'm talking about as it pertains to the divergence that we're talking about here, okay? Now check this out, right? Each one of those lower lows on the chart, on the price, look at those lows on the RSI. You have, fuck off. Low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. Does everybody see this? Does everybody see how the RSI on each one of those points, there's a low, a low, a low, a low, a low. And you see how each one of those is higher? 1, 2, 3, 4. Each one of those is higher. Right? Everybody see that? So you got this nice bullish divergence that has sat at these lows. Now, here's the tricky part. Okay? Here's the tricky part. Before I even carry on with this conversation, okay? I want all of you to listen to this if you take nothing else away from this conversation. Okay? I want you to take nothing else away from this conversation except for this part right here. Okay? I cannot tell you when to buy. I'm not getting in trouble for $2 super chats. I'm not even joking. I'm not getting in trouble for $10,000 super chats. I'm not telling you when to buy. I'm not going to post my bank account transactions. I'm not going to show you exactly how much is in my fucking portfolio. That's not me. What I do right here, okay, is to show you guys how to identify making a trade, buying a stock, taking advantage of a move that can make you money. Okay? So when I'm looking at something like this and I see 5 touches of bullish divergence, okay? Now, more specifically, let's talk about each one. Each one of these touches of divergence until the 5th one, each one of these touches all came off of the back of GameStop being worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. So we didn't have much interest in wanting to buy the lows on each touch of divergence. Now, if you did and you were scalping it, okay, you could have made a little bit of money, but let's not bullshit one another. Right? I'll keep it real. You keep it real. We're not fucking here to make fucking 3%. Like, what the fuck are we even talking about, right? Like, we're not here to make 3%. We're not here to make 10%. We're here to make some fucking tangible gains, right? So, I wait on GameStop and I wait on the warrants. Now, I've already been buying GameStop stock, but I haven't touched options because the premium has not told me to. So I just keep accumulating stock and I'm fine with that. Now, the stock may not be putting in much in terms of a reversal formation yet, but the warrants sure are with their 5 touches of bullish divergence. So when GameStop and its warrants, okay, I'll actually specifically say to the warrants here for you guys. When GameStop, let me get rid of the 5th one for a second. Go to the replay, start new. Okay. When GameStop comes down on its warrants, on Tuesday, August 18th. And we see the RSI at that period of time. Okay, we're going to move all this stuff down temporarily. We see GameStop's warrants, the RSI at that time, okay, has yet to make a lower low. All you got to do is just draw the trend line across it, okay? That's it. We'll make it bold. We'll make it bright fucking green. Okay, everybody follow along so far? Everybody follow along so far? Are you guys with me? Everybody with me so far? Because this is where I'm teaching you how to actually make money. Okay, this is how you can actually make trades. And you don't have to show everyone how much you bought because nobody cares about your account size. I don't care if you have $10 or 10,000 or 10 million. I really don't give. I don't give a shit. I'm going to show you guys how to actually make money here, right? And with this, when I'm looking at GameStop's warrants and I see the fact that the RSI is currently holding a higher low on that day, the Tuesday, August 18th, the next day that it opens up, okay, it opens up and it holds the low. You see how the RSI has bounced? Now, we haven't confirmed a low. We haven't confirmed a bounce. We haven't done anything. But I want to explain to you how I simplify making these trades. Okay? And here's what I did. Here's what I do. I see it opening and closing on the trading day of Wednesday, and I buy this. I buy this candle. Now, you want to know why I buy this candle? Because the thought process is very simplistic. I'm not even thinking about GameStop. I'm only looking at this chart, okay? When I tell you about my thought process here, I'm not considering GameStop. I'm not considering SPY. I'm not considering any outside additional I'm not considering a single one of those things. I am considering the chart. If I take a risk at this area right here, okay? If I take a risk at this area right here. So, for example, I want to go to the 236 and then I want to set my stop loss, maybe a certain percentage under this candle. So that candle is 4% away. So let's double it. Let's go 8%. So let's do this, okay? This is what I want. That's a 3-to-1 risk-reward ratio trade. The reason that I would choose to buy this candle more than any other ones within this sequence is because of 2 reasons. Number 1, I can place a secondary entry where my stop loss is, and I could still have a really great cost basis within this range. Okay? And not only that, if I take an entry within this range, my thought process is purely based on the chart. Look at the chart. Look at the chart. Look at the RSI. The RSI, the day before it bounced, was right here. in pink. Here's my simple question to all of you in the chat box. Where's it going to go? Where's it going to go? Because the thought process here should be simple. One of two things is going to happen. Either this thing is going to break this low, breaking this, and then all that divergence that we were building, it's cooked. But I don't believe that that's the case. So if I take risk where this motherfucker opened and closed on that Wednesday, and it finds a little bounce, I will have taken risk on a fifth touch of bullish divergence. 5 lower lows, 5 higher lows on the RSI. Not only will I have taken risk on 5 touches of bullish divergence, but I have clear defined risk, and now I have the perfect plan. And you want to know how this plan unfolds and how it unstructures? Look, if this fakes out a breakout again and comes back and makes a 6th touch of bullish divergence, I will have an entry where my original stop loss was, and I will add to the position. And if I do that, look at the RSI. There is a chance that you would then build fucking 6 touches of bullish divergence, which could then theoretically exit the bear zone and have a absolutely massive fucking move towards the center line and then the bull zone. So by taking risk here, my thought process is simple. Where's it going to go? It will either fail, break down, crush the divergence that it's been making, and my trade gets cut for about, well, if I put $1,000 into it, I'm going to lose about 100 to 150. But if it works, and I long it right here, right? And it finds that bullishly divergent touch, well, hold on. Now, all of a sudden, I've taken an unbelievable entry that's already up 15%. And now I know the rules about the RSI. I know that the center line is my confirmation. And I know that after those touches of bullish divergence, if it goes through it, it tends to have a pretty powerful move. So what do? I wait. I wait. I wait. And here I am today. Now my trade is currently sitting up 20%, almost at my first profit target. And then we get to start talking about the fact that this would be breaking the center line of the RSI. We get to start talking about testing the 236 and testing the daily 50 where it probably will find resistance. But should it break that, don't we already know some of the other rules? Right? Like when we break a 236 and the probabilities of going to a 382. Now look at the trade. Oh boy. 50% on the warrants and we bought the perfect bottom? That can't be possible. Because I was told Jackie's a shitty fucking grifter that doesn't trade and there's no real money and blah, 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 blah. No, see, I can't just tell you what I'm going to do every single time. I'm not looking for trouble. But what I can do is outline the very clear risk to reward opportunity that is justifiable when you understand divergences in the center line and blah, 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 blah. But most importantly, understanding risk management. And now We have a couple of things that are actually going in our favor, like a potential earnings coming out soon. We have events that can drive this particular derivative higher before the event takes place, where we could lock in profit, take a little bit of money off of the table, pay ourselves, move stop losses up. Boom, 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 boom. Protection. You know what they should just call this channel? Honestly, you know what they should just call this channel? Jackie La Protection. They should just call this Jackie La Protection. Because I started this journey with nothing. I grew my account, my micro-sized little bitch account. I grew it. I did that through years of fucking hard work and putting in the time. It is possible for many people to do the same. The difficulty is understanding how to stay in the game long enough so that you can see these things happen. Right? Because the only reason I know about multiple touches of divergence is because even when I was poor as shit, I came to the charts every day and I watched them. Even if they weren't moving, I watched them, because then sometimes I would see this one little niche thing happen. And then I'd see it happen on another stock and I'd be like, oh, fuck. You remember that one time that one stock did that one weird thing and it had that big move? This thing's doing the same. And I'd be like, oh man, the last time that happened, that thing went crazy. Does this have similar things? And it's like, well, it's got 5 touches of bullish divergence on the daily. That's pretty fucking good. And then we turn our attention. You can add a plethora of indicators if you choose. Look at the moving average convergence divergence, or also known as the MACD. All of these are lower lows, right? Look at the MACD. Ever since here, it's made higher lows. And look, this is all lower lows on price, all higher lows on the RSI, or excuse me, MACD. Now you've got a MACD cross below the center. Now it continues to build momentum and is headed for a test of the center line, which we know breaking through the center line tends to give us some powerful momentum. And now a simplistic trade that started with touches of bullish divergence, which why would it go up? I don't know, but it's gonna. That's what multiple touches of divergence usually tells me. And so we took some risk. And now look at the little bit of a breakout that it's made. As it begins to price in earnings and do this and do that and blah, 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 blah. Obviously, all of you guys show up to the stream because the number one thing we want to do is make fucking money. I'm not retarded. I know that your goal is to make money. Duh. All of us want to make money. Duh. Hello, I'm alive. So I'm not going to sit here, guys, and say, okay, buy Wendy's $8 calls expiring for September 13th because, yeah, that's not what I do. But what I definitely do on these channels is point out the extremely obvious. Like when there's a massive, deep butterfly harmonic that had what we call a reaction to resistance, to a back test that was divergent, that broke the fuck out. And if we break the 236, this bullish deep butterfly has an upwards of 90% chance of achieving the 382 or a potential 50% trade from the original low. Now, am I going to sit here and say, okay, guys, buy 10,000 shares of GameStop warrants at these lows? No. No, 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 no. However, will I show you the 5 touches of bullish divergence and go, hey, guys, hint, hint, 5 touches of bullish reversal divergence, hint, 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 bullish deep butterfly completion with a back test that's divergent, hint, 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 and also, I don't want to be this guy, but I will, there's a failure fucking swing, hint, 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 with those 5 touches of bullish divergence, hint, 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 and perhaps the stock could see a nice bounce off of these lows as it's, I think at the time it was also testing the lower side of the Bollinger Bands. So you put your stop loss below the outside of those bands, which is supposed to protect you. And and now you can move it to break even so you don't lose money. Oh. And these are all things that Jackie teaches live, but doesn't explicitly say, buy the fucking thing, because he doesn't really want no trouble. And now, right, for those of you that are listening and watching this and you're like, Jackie, I missed it. Jackie, I missed it. Okay. Cool. You know what your goal is now? I showed it to you earlier this week. Does anyone have any idea of what I may be about to show people, perhaps where my cursor is seated right now? Does anyone have any idea of perhaps some sort of strategy or idea that we may have been talking about earlier in the week that I highlighted, that perhaps where my cursor is currently sitting right now may be explicitly highlighting that specific strategy that you could then use with GameStop warrants currently, where, well, let's see if people can get this. I am in live chat, right? Oh, okay. Okay. Moto Guru and Smitty answered, oh, shit, Jackie, yeah, the 236. Remember you told us earlier in the week, Jackie, about that 236 break strategy? Where you look for the break, and then you look for it to come back, and then you look for it to hold that 236 to turn old resistance into new support, and then you look to make a trade off of the 236 towards the 382. Oh, okay. So, you missed the trade at the bottom? So what? What's your point? Okay. You missed 20% or 10%, or who gives a fuck? Your goal now is to look at this and say, well, maybe I can make this 80% chance right here. Hey, that's almost the exact same percentage that you just missed. Look, that's almost the exact same percentage that you just missed. I'm not even joking. So what exactly did you miss again? Oh, you missed the perfect bottom? I'll reiterate. What's your point? Isn't there still a secondary opportunity out there? I don't see GameStop making a move yet. So what do you mean you missed it? What do you mean by that? Because it looks to me like if you broke that 236, Jackie actually even highlighted that with that harmonic, there's a 90% chance of going to the 382. So you have a 90% chance of making almost 20%. Dang. Oh, darn, shoot. And so what we look at for the break of the 236, well, the center line. And the center line, because perhaps we've already broken it, and then it does something like this, and oh. Now, just because Jackie drew it, does that mean that it's going to work? No. My God, do you guys know how many fucking pieces of shit I chart every single week? No, seriously. I look at so many random fucking bullshit ass plays every single week. It'd make your fucking head spin. Just because I draw some squiggly lines on there doesn't mean it's going to work. It's like an idea. But there are certain ideas that have certain probabilities and certain things that are in their favor that allow for, rather than just watching and drawing some squiggly lines on the chart, it opens up the opportunity to make a trade. But not every piece of shit that we look at is going to have those squiggly lines that have the best opportunity. Some of them are better weight for RSI wedges or harmonic completions or bullish divergence or MACD crosses or golden crosses or death crosses or macro support or macro resistance. Just because we draw some squiggly lines doesn't mean it has to do that or that it's going to do that. I'm not fucking Jesus. But some of these have more tangible outcomes than other opportunities, right? So like, here's a good example, YSS. The reason I've chosen to buy 100 shares of this piece of shit at this fucking low is because it's in an RSI wedge with a harmonic completion at a macro 1.618. Is this great support? No. But are there other things on the chart, including the harmonic, with this support that suggests that it might be able to make a breakout move? Fuck yeah. And what am I risking? I bought 100 shares. That means I have $1,000 on this thing. If it breaks down, I'm literally risking like what, $72 and 4 cheeseburgers? And if it goes up, I'm going to make like what, $1,300? That's nasty work. Now, is 1,300 USD going to change my life tomorrow? Does it have to? Why does every trade have to change? Why can't I just make a trade that goes up and I get to put it in my little book and be like, showed tits gang, this trade was really cool, went up and made some money and that was sweet. What's wrong with that? Not every trade is going to be this fucking knockout punch 1-2 combo. Some of them just going to make money or lose money. But this one right here, I can put $1,000 into this piece of shit and I might be able to walk away with more than double that I put into it. Could I put 10,000? Sure. Am I willing to risk $1,000 worth of loss on this? Hell no. To the no, no, no. Hell no. Hell to the no. To the no, no, no. It really doesn't need to be complicated. Now, YSS, I'm not trading options on. Why don't I give you guys an example of one that I did trade options on? AMC. Right? AMC, when it came to here, okay, I'm going to show you guys again this exact trade that's in that green circular area. We pulled a fib from the high over, let me get rid of this, from the high to the low. Okay, that's this low here. I'm just dragging it across. Okay. Now, what ended up happening is I ignored this first bounce because I didn't care. I'm not trying to be flawless. But then look what it did, chat. It came up to the 236. That's right here. This is the 236. And look at what it did. It fucking fumbled and bumbled and stumbled around it. And it gave us an opportunity to long the 236 with a stop loss at whatever, I don't even remember, something I think like 5%. And then looking to go from here to here. That's a 4.5 to 1 risk reward ratio trade, but look at what it ended up doing. Look at. Hell to the no, to the no, no, no. Now that trade, from its absolute lowest to its absolute peak, 118%. Now, if we just look at this first initial move right here, guys, that first initial move was good for 46%. 46%. Now, if I'm trading options on that motherfucker, you better believe I'm taking profit. I'm moving stops up, boom, 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 boom. But because I'm not trading ownership of this stock, when it then breaks down and hits my stop loss, and then I'm waiting for another opportunity, guys, there's the 236 again right there. And it came back and back tested. And look it, on the 4 hour, it was bullishly divergent. Look. It was basically bullishly, I thought it was the 4 hour of the daily. I don't remember. Nah, it wasn't really that divergent, I guess, was it? Well, regardless, the focus for us at the period of time, what we were kind of thinking, is we drew a little trend line from here to here. And we said, okay, well, if there was ever an opportunity, now that this has bounced off of here, if there's ever a chance that this trend line will be legit, it's got to hold this 236. And then we have indicator signals, right? We had indicator signals. What was it? I think it was 248, if I remember correctly. I think it was 248. So this is what we had originally looked at on the secondary one. So 248, 246 or 248. It was something like that. And then we put the stop loss below that wick. And I think we also used the Bollinger Bands on the daily. This is tricky. I think it was the Bollinger Bands. Yeah, so we used the Bollinger Bands as our stop loss. This is what it was right here. So it was a 10% stop loss with the stop loss outside of the daily Bollinger Band on the lower side. And when we saw that catch the Bollinger Band and make that move, looked at the 236, guys, looked for the indicator signal at 248. Look at that move. Look at that beautiful move, right? And this ballooned into an 80+% trade. Now, I want you to see this, right? You don't have to trade weeklies. You don't even have to trade monthlies. Okay, I want you to see this. AMC was at 130 the first 236 time that we looked at trading this, and then 130 the second time we looked at trading this. Chat, what do I teach people, right? What do I teach people when it pertains to trading options? Forget about time in this, okay? Forget about time. I want you to just give me the answer. What specifically do I tell people to focus on as it pertains to options? Yes. In the money. So if if AMC is trading at $1.30, what is the nearest in the money option, folks? What's the nearest in the money call that I could buy? What call would that be? I want you guys to come to this conclusion so you guys can see this answer. Yes, exactly. You would look at the $1 strike calls. Now, I told you that you don't need to do weeklies or monthlies. I want to show you what AMC $1 calls did here from April 9th, from May 18th. Okay? I want to show you what those calls did. So we're going to head over to AMC. So remember these dates, April 9 and May 18. So we're going to go AMC, January call options, $1 strike calls. AMC, $1 calls, January 2027. Everyone with me so far? Everyone with me so far? You guys following along so far? You guys all good so far? Any questions, comments, concerns? there's a lot of super chats I still got to get to from this morning. So I'm in a vibe to just pew, 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 pew. Okay, now look at this. All right, chat, look at this. $1 strike calls for January. Those are in the money, right? For January. Now think about the dates, April 9th and May 18th. Guys, those call options don't expire for 250 plus days. But I want you to see this. $1 strike calls, January. Look at this, okay? First of all, April 9th, and then May 18th. Okay. These are the calls that I was looking at and trading on AMC. These calls, the very first day that we broke and back tested the 236 that we took an entry on these were trading at $60. 60. So you didn't have to have a big fucking account. You didn't have to have tens of thousands of dollars. You didn't have to be a rich asshole. You just had to have $60. AMC from that $60 entry ended up rising a total of 80+%. The stop loss on the options was approximate, but it was about 18 to 20%, meaning that I put $1,000 into calls, I could potentially lose 200, but my reward would be gaining 800. And then when it came back and did the exact same thing at the same 236, the stop loss below the wick low, which is right here, right? Which is another 20% with the same reward. And look at, we had indicator signals for 248. And then I think the other one was 268. I think, if I can remember correctly. And look at what this ended up doing, guys. Not one time did you get stopped out on this trade. And $1,000 into those call options, right? $1,000 into those call options turned into $2,500 at our indicator signal. This is an example of one that I was trading with options. Options, not stock, options, which have inherently more risk, but I buy in the money and I buy time. So that way, my risk is very, 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 very clearly defined. And AMC has absolutely crushed it for us this year. And all I looked at was calls that expired in 300 days, 200 days, millenniums from now. And they didn't cost me that much. And I got to take great advantage of the swings. Now, for those of you, right, let's say that you're listening to this and you only had $60, right? You could only afford one call option. You are going to have a much more difficult time than I, because your viewpoint of this should be about survival. You only have one chance to take profit, one chance to trigger a stop loss, one chance to make that work. So with your one chance to make that work, right? If it starts breaking out in your direction, that's where I can't help you. I wish I could. I wish I could stand over your guys' shoulders and be like, okay, guys, take profit here. And, oh, okay, look to enter it right here. And do. Yeah, no, like, I can't. Because I don't know your position size. I don't know who you are. I don't know how much money you have. So in this scenario, right, where we could only afford one option, our goal is survival. whether it hits a profit target and you decide to sell it right there and then, risking the chance that it keeps going, or whether you move your stop loss up into break even, or whether you move it into profit, or whatever it is that you do, you have to make it work for you. And in the case of the people that just simply can't afford to just, I'll say like Jackie and buy $1,000, right? Which is going to buy you a couple tens worth of options, right? I can afford to kind of systematically offload them along the way. Now, I'm not going to necessarily make the full $2,500 in profit holding all of the options to the top. But what we can do, right, is systematically take profit at each one of our targets, right? Limiting how much we sell while also moving our stop losses into break even, right? For those of you with the smaller accounts that are working with smaller amounts, your goal is very simple. Your goal, right, is to try and follow the rules. If you had a profit target and it goes there, it's time to get it out. You don't have the luxury of being able to play with the position. You just don't have the luxury of being able to, okay, well, I'll just move my stop loss up, and if it comes back down, I'll be okay. No, because then all of a sudden that, $100 that's so meaningful to you that you just made, well, now it's 50. And 50 is nice, but 100 was, that was really good. So for those of you with the smaller accounts, you have to think logically and simplistically. Take profits at the profit targets. And if it goes up higher, that is the risk that you live with, right? Sometimes we get fortunate and it comes back and it gives us a back test that we can long and we make a ton of money off it. And sometimes it hits the profit target and it just stops right there and then goes right back down. When you can comfortably afford 2 options, 3 options, 4 options, right? Then it becomes a little bit easier because you can systematically take profit along the way and you have, again, a hard line stop loss. But for the majority of you listening, as it goes back to this GME warrant conversation that we started with, the 236 here at 193 is the big pivot for GME's warrants. If GameStop's warrants can get through that 236, the RSI will have also broken center. And if the RSI also breaks center, it bodes well for a more macro push towards profit target number 1. Profit target number 1 potentially having 90% statistical probability of being achieved if we can break the 236. So now the question becomes, right, to you guys, how would you trade it? How would you make money? And again, I'm going to go back to the exact same AMC conversation we just had. This has the chance of making a break, coming back testing this, and then looking for the move. If that were to, in theory, take place, you not only have the chance to have a trade that kind of does, I'll say, something that looks, kind of like this, right? But you have the chance that GME makes a more macro breakout. The warrants see a big squeeze. Something incredible takes place before October. And all of a sudden, this thing is doing this. And you now have taken risk where all you were initially trying to do was this. And now you just got this. And you're like, how the fuck did I just pull that off? And it's like, I used education. And again, let me reiterate. If this goes like this and then doesn't backtest and just goes, then you can turn back and you can say, well, you know what? I missed the 5 touches of divergence and I never got the 236 backtest, so I'm not going to FOMO into this now. But if the warrants are making a multi-week rocketing move, there's probably a reasonable chance that this thing is finding support and bouncing. So maybe there's an additional trade to be made at these lows after the earnings comes through. You see what I'm saying? Everything, every trade, every dollar made, every little opportunity, there are opportunities out there. And there are some great trades to be made. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. But at a near 80% success rate on these streams, and what we talk about, the ideas that we discuss, and the opportunities that are outlined here, there is a lot of different ways that every one of you can look and trade these different charts. And what one person does, someone else is going to do the opposite of. It doesn't matter how you get there. Okay? It doesn't matter how you get there. The end goal for you guys is to make money. So if some of you love to trade momentum, then trade fucking momentum. Stop trying to trade reversals and trade what you like. Trade what you're good at. If that's what if you wake up and you're like, you know what, Jackie? I fucking hate 0 day to end SPY. And you know what, Jackie? I hate day trading GME. I hate swing trade. I fucking hate. Then stop doing it. No, but seriously, stop doing it. Right? Because if you stop doing it, right? If you stop doing it, you will start to turn your attention. Cracked! Woo! You will turn your attention towards the opportunities that more closely match with who you are as a trader. You know who I am, guys? You know who I am? I love reversal trades. I love reversal trades. I love spotting things that have been beaten down and chewed up and spit out. I love to find those things, and I love to trade the fuck out of them. It is my number one thing to do. So that's what I focus on. So when you guys show me a stock that's gapping up 200% on some news and whatever else, amazing. But I'll never trade it. Literally ever. I'll never, ever trade it. When you guys show me a stock that's already, broken the 236 and it's just inches from the 382, I missed it. I don't want to go to here to the golden pocket, even if there's an indicator signal, because it's just not how I like to trade, and I'm a fucking pussy. All right, there, I said it. I'm a fucking pussy, and I fucking hate trading momentum shit like that, because every time I do, I put $1,000 in, and I'm like, hey guys, this stock is cool, and then it's like, Jackie, I'm like, yeah. You guys are like, are you fucking retarded? I'm like, yes. And you're like, I knew it. I was like, yeah, I know too. And then I lose money. And then I'm like, that was stupid. But you know what I definitely like? I love looking at GameStop's warrants and seeing 5 touches of bullish divergence and seeing it make a 30% fucking swing since I entered it, testing the 236 that I was aiming for. I fucking love seeing that. You know what I love seeing? I love seeing Chewy go down to macro support on a huge harmonic completion and longing the fuck out of it and then watching it go boom. And I love watching Unity explode to the downside as it leaves me a little trail of breadcrumbs saying, I'm going to come back for you. I'm going to make so much dough and have a poo. That's what I love trading. That's what I specialize in. I'm a fucking awesome reversal trader because I can spot harmonics and divergence and this and that. And sometimes those reversals, like GameStop's warrants or Chewy or Unity, they leave a trail of breadcrumbs that tells me it wants to come back up. And me, what am I going to do? I'm hungry. So I see the trail of breadcrumbs. I'm like, ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Next thing you know, the stock's up fucking 30%, and I'm like, yeah! This is awesome. Oh, this is great. So that is the end of our GME conversation and my longest educational opening to a stream that I have ever done. And with that, folks, the GameStop warrants have hit a high of $2. Oh, we definitely need Yakov in here. Okay, folks, I'm gonna go grab Yakov. So give me a couple minutes while I go grab Yakov. Suka bliet, comrades. It's great to see names, great to see faces within the chat box. I see you're having a wonderful day. My name is Yakov, not with a J, but with a Y. Listen, Jackie told me to talk to you guys about this GME. I mean, the candles are dog shit and the volume is dog shit, but it's bullish.
Comrade Jackie always explain it takes time to turn screw. Yakov, he keeps on saying, also this is true. To Jackie string, you turn up volume. In GME, volume turns up you. In Jackie string, you turn up volume. In GME, volume turns up you.
Listen, GME, great position. GameStop this year has been working hard. Also, you cannot see. The only way that you would know is that Ryan Cohen and Larry Chang and all of these crazy Yakovs, the only way that we would know that they are doing the correct work is the financials. You cannot see these things about Q4 until they come out.
Comrade Jackie always explain, keep your teeth checked. Yakov, he keeps on saying, train is on the track. For Ryan, the back bears the load, and for shorts, the load is bareback. For Ryan, the back bears the load, and for shorts, the load is bareback.
Suka bliet, comrades. You know, listen to Jackie's teaching. He teach you all these things. He talk about the daily 200. He talk about the 70% chance bounce. He talk about all these things. You just forget. We don't think about going down. We only go pump. This only go up. You think down? You fucking idiot. You idiot. It only go up. Okay? Destroying all short sellers in the way. Right, you know what I'm talking about. Oh, this is just going to be absolute blast. Absolute blast.
Comrade Jackie always explain. Hold on to Jimmy in the port. Yakov, he keeps on saying,
Suka bliet, comrades. Oh, you thought you had seen the last of Yakov, eh? You thought you had seen the last of Yakov, eh? Oh, well. Suka bliet, comrades, you guessed wrong. I am here to pay that man his money. But first, I must pass to Jackie, and he must read super chats or people will get very, very upset. So I pass to Jackie for just a small period of time where he will say thank you for all of the wonderful donations that we have seen here today as we carry on our conversation with the GameStop. Hello. Hello. Hi, everybody. Listen, I just went and got him. He needs a snack. So I'm gonna come back and grab him. But in the meantime, first we got hot coffee. We've got Dr. Snuffleupagus with the $10 bomb saying Nike YSS Pizza gonna continue to hold me hostage and take me money? Question mark. Wow, that's a lot of stocks. Let's take a look. So the first one you said was Nike holding you hostage. Well, Nike, we're still, I mean, it's at the 236 or the 382, excuse me now, right? And the idea always is that we were going to see this thing come back to this macro area of support. So hopefully it starts to build some bullish divergence. But again, you're at macro support now. So it's hard to, I'll say it's hard to argue against that spot or that zone for right now. Okay, so I don't have much to add for that one. YSS and Pizza they're just in a holding pattern since the completion. So they haven't really done anything, to be quite honest with you. So YSS right here, not much to say on this one. We still have the RSI wedge, and it is making bullish divergence. Interestingly enough, it is making some bullish divergence as it potentially prepares to leave the wedge. So you got that. Oh, what the fuck was that? You got that going on for you, which is good. So, yeah, that's what we got going on with YSS. And then Pizza. So Pizza probably just looking for the back test. I did draw this for the potential of building bullish divergence and then making that breakout move. But, yeah, I mean, Pizza and YSS are just sort of loading. So if they're going to make moves, we're going to see it happen relatively soon, I would imagine. So that's kind of where I'm at with those three things. Unfortunately, they're just longer term plays. So it's going to take a minute for those things to hopefully make a breakout move. I'm currently a long-term bag holder on Nike right now because I bought that thing at like 52, 53 and then added some more at 43. So I'm still currently bag holding Nike. So it has so many indicator targets above. I'm not really worried about that one. Same way I feel about Lulu. Pizza has lots of indicator targets above. It also had lots of interested parties that were thinking about buying this thing. So that could be some news that we continue to watch carefully on. But yeah, just not really a lot to say, I guess, for right now. Unfortunately, just kind of, it just sort of is the way that it is, So that's really all I could say about those three for right now, sir. We had a $5 bomb from the Felicia says, in and out of SMCI with a little profit. Thanks for the education and showing up, boss. Nice job on SMCI. What did you do here? All right. Sweet. Looks like it's pretty close to a golden cross on SMCI. That's interesting, eh? SMCI. GameStop's warrant sitting at $2. Very cool. Hobby Kunitzler with the £2 bomb says, this is not a super chat. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. We had Religious Muffin says, GME. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Mr. T.H. Davis with the $20 bomberino says, thank you, Jackie. No, thank you, Mr. T.H. Davis. Thanks, buddy. We had Mike Broshen with the 5 gifted. 5 gifted. 5 gifted memo share. Thank you, Mr. Mike Bro Shanahan. And then we had, well, it's Giuseppe Paparella, mozzarella, Giuseppe Paparella. Giuseppe Pepperoni Antonio with the 100-dollar ball Marino. Holy Toledo. And he says, the pizza guy returns with the continuation trades. Purr and rum. Let's review the charts. Rum. So rum, again, big thing that it's doing here is that you're right at the resistance of that macro golden pocket, right? And the I would argue the bigger, kind of more important thing that's happening is you have a super mega duper clear kind of like cup structure that could potentially turn into a cup with handle. You know, there's a lot of different ways that this could sort of play out right now. But a rounding bottom is such a bullish pattern, and this is buried in the bull zone that suggests a lot of positivity. So what you could do is turn the drawings off, and you can mark the inside bar that it's in today right now. You could do that. So mark off the high, mark it in green, mark off the low, mark it in red, and then wait for the breakout. And if the breakout occurs on the high side, I mean, there's almost no way that this doesn't play at least half of this profit target. So I mean, I would have to assume that you could probably retest, what is this, all-time highs? Or right near prior all-time highs at like $14.50 to $15, something like that. So that's what I would say on rum. Rum continues to look awesome. Yeah, rum actually looks amazing. And then the other one that you mentioned there is Purr. So on the daily, looks like Purr gapped up 20%, hyper liquid strategies. So once again, the big thing that you want to make a note of, and what I've kind of drawn on here, is that Purr is deeply overbought right now. Doesn't mean that it can't keep going, because obviously it's a sign of strength that people have bought so much of it that it's propelled it into this zone. This is just the zone now that you want to sort of say, okay, I want to back off on how aggressive I am on this trade and maybe consider locking in some profits. All right, but yeah, I mean, this thing is fucking fly like an eagle till I'm free. You've got the higher high close, so this thing looks amazing. But just, again, micro heads up to just say, hey, it's deeply overbought. Maybe it's due for just even a little bit of a pullback. Maybe not even as aggressively as I've drawn it on that chart there. Alrighty, so that's what I would say about those two. Hopefully that gives you a little bit of help there, Mr. Giuseppe. Hopefully that gives you a little bit of help there, Mr. Giuseppe. You were muted? Oh, it's probably by accident. I think it was by accident yesterday. I think that's what happened. Okay, so one more super chat here. We had we had three. Pattern Seeker with the $20 Bomberino. Thanks, buddy. Much appreciated. Appreciate that, buddy. Thank you very much, Mr. Pattern Seeker. And then who else do we have in here? Kenny's intern said a nice swing on BlackBerry of 8% following that reversal idea that you were talking about. Yeah, that certainly worked out pretty well. Hey, was it a 4-hour wedge or something? Hourly? Yeah, so that hourly RSI wedge, nice little touches of bullish divergence following that kind of miniature breakout. And boy, oh boy, that's a nice move. I think the 2-day also had an RSI wedge that is dangerously close to breaking out, if I remember correctly. I could have swore that there was a 2-day RSI wedge that we were monitoring on this thing. Yeah. So there's a 2-day RSI channel on this thing to be attentive of, that it very well could break out of. I think we tried to look at this on the daily and it just is kind of meh. But on the 2-day, it looks a lot nicer. So be just a little aware of that. And then watch for the RSI on the daily to get back above the center. That's going to be really crucial for BlackBerry there, Kenny's intern. But yeah, I'm still just kind of a little on the fence about the head and shoulders pattern that we see here. It makes me a little nervous. Guys, GME warrants with a new high of the day. Look at that, folks. Look at that, folks. A high of the day of $2.10. Oh my God, this is epic. All right, chat, I'll let you be the deciders. I'll let you guys be the deciders. Bad Robot in the Discord. When was this? Bad Robot in the Discord yesterday said, looks like the warrants might be $2 before the end of Friday. And then obviously you see what's transpired now. He's wondering, can he get a cookie for this? So I'm going to put his fate in the hands of the chat. Should we upgrade him to platinum for his continued hard work and contributions within the Discord? Or shall we just feed him a cookie emoji? What say the chat box? Oh, good times, good times, good times, good times. Ban him. All right. Cookies it is. All right, there you go, folks. And then with that, GME, the warrants are retesting the high of the day. Oh yeah, we never spoke about that. Thank you for reminding me, Chuck. Thank you for reminding me of that. I actually forgot about that. Sorry, I'm quickly going through the comments here because I'm just trying to keep up. I'm just trying to keep up with some of the stuff. I see you there, Vincey Elliott. I'm going to come back to you, buddy. Maxo, always great. Took a $500 gambling bet on Iron today. All right, I'll take a peek at Iron as well. Sorry, I'm just going through some of the Discord comments just to see if there is anything interesting that I was missing. It doesn't look like it, though, but okay, good. All right, sweet. So I wanted to touch on Chuck's thing on the monthly for GME. There was quite a few things that I wanted to touch on for the monthly. Get that TG tag, you turd. There, now I told it. Now I said it right to him. All right. So where do I want to kind of carry on from here? Vincey Elliott, you fucking fuck. Folks, 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 folks. Carry on, my Jimmy son. There'll be peace when you are done. Lay your weary stock to rest. Pump your warrants higher. Da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na-na, da-na-da-da. Rose above all the noise and confusion. Everyone gets behind the illusion. You just have to follow grifters. Well, you don't have to anymore. Carry on, my Jimmy warrants. There'll be peace when you go up. Let's go all the way to 10 and make a bunch of cash. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at those puppies go. Look at those puppies go. Oh my God, it feels so good. It feels so good. It feels so good. I got to show you guys in the Discord here. Okay, this was from last Friday. This is from last Friday in the Discord. Jackie highlights it right here. Look. Look. There's the 5 touches of bullish divergence Jackie was highlighting. Oh my God. And there's, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. And that was when it was $1.60. And let's take a look at what it is today. Holy fucking shit. Let's check the implied volatility for GME. So yesterday it was 47.1. Let's see what it is now, folks. And look at that. The implied volatility has risen 1.5 points. The warrants are certainly moving a lot more than what we're kind of seeing with regards to the IV. So that's certainly interesting. I don't think on unusual whales that you can look. I don't think that you can look at, because they're just stock. So I don't think you can type in the warrants on this. Let's check in on the premium for GME. Let's see what we got going on here. What do you know? Dog shit once again. Shocker. So GameStop warrants currently sitting at 212. That's very good. Vinci Elliott. How much would a yak off if Yakov could yak off? Look at that. That's deep brain analysis. That's deep brain thoughts right there. That's high level. That's high level thought analysis right there from Vinci Elliott. We're almost at profit target number 1. Okay. Profit target 1 is 229. So for those that traded the 5 touches of divergence, make sure you either take some off or you move stops up at GameStop. Okay, there we go. Now everybody has been warned. So there we go. So GameStop warrants making an absolutely beautiful fucking move, folks. Absolutely beautiful fucking move. Oh, he's got the TG tag. Oh. Radical. So, is there, oh, wait. Suka bliet, comrades. I am back for another discussion of the GME. Oh, yes. We have made it all the way back. And I am your host, Yakov. On today's show, we'll talk about why technical analysis matters and why you never, ever, ever underestimate the tits. On today's episode, we talk about why touches of divergence are important even on the derivatives of the stock. We talk about why finding the opportunities through those touches of divergence can lead to your bank account growing and growing and growing. And oh my God, is that 44% since the low? Holy cow. That is really something, chatbox. That is really, really something. We do not laugh in Soviet Russia. Russia laughs at Soviet you, I think, or something like that. Regardless, look at what we have accomplished so far, folks. Oh yeah, I was supposed to look at iron, but not today. I may look at it later, but not right now. Because I have already forgotten it because I am so jacked to the teeth about the GameStop warrants making the boom boom. And I can always tell when GameStop is making the boom boom because then the wife comes trampling down the stairs, giving me the nicest look of ever, and she says, "Hello." Oh, she was actually not giving nice looks. She looked like she was half asleep still. She definitely half asleep still. We definitely woke her up. I did not do this on purpose. But if I did...
Punished, Misha says.
You cannot do no harm to me. Have you not seen me in Call of Duty World at War? I used to use you as to kill the enemy. Send in the hounds! You not remember? Look at them. Look at them. Yeah!
Map. yeah, what happened?
The 5 touches of the bullish divergence. They give us the boom boom. And then Jakov talks about the break of the center line. He even puts the giant fucking yellow phrase that says, a pivot! And does anybody listen? Well, yes, actually. This time, many people actually listen.
Yay!
Woo! Matt.
But?
No buts. No buts. Look, it's a new high of the day.
Map.
Woohoo! Woohoo! Yeah! Look at it go! Go! Is that 50%? Yes! Oh my goodness gracious! I tagged GameStop pharmacist because his name is in the way.
You miss him anyway.
Oh my gosh, this is amazing. This is Thank you, that's better. Would you just look at the chat? Would you just look at the chat? Holy Toledo, look, that's a boom boom. Oh my gosh. That's 50%. Where you at? Where is the hype? Where is the excitement in the chat box? We waited for these touches of divergence. We waited for the pivot. Where is your hype? Are you not entertained? Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my gosh, that is so fucking insane, bro. Okay, I just took half my warrant profit. Here, guys, or at least I put my order in. I'm just refreshing, waiting for them to fill. Okay, they filled it at $229, so I sold half of my $1,000 there on the warrants. I sold half of them there for 50%, so that's $500. Well, $500 total in gains right now. So, okay, I'm sort of scamming you. It's technically $250 in gains. And now I'm going to hold the last of those warrants. I'm going to hold the last of those for Valhalla. I'm just going to hold those. So I'm hoping that it could go to 550. I'm hoping we could even go as high as maybe the 1.618. So that would take us to what? $10. So, folks, holy shit! Oh my God! This is not real! Holy fuck, holy fuck, holy fuck, holy fuck, holy fuck. This is not real. 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 It can't be real. Oh my God, it's time to fire it up. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I need that song so bad right now. Where are you? There it is.
Can't wait to quit my 9 to 5.
The pain, I deserve all these gains. GameStop, 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 gang, gang. Hell through the pain. What does that say right there? Hey, what does that say right there? Hey, 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 count them up. It ain't 10. It ain't 20. It ain't 30. It ain't 40. It ain't 50. It ain't 60. It ain't 70. It ain't even 90%. I missed 80. It's fine. It's 91%.
Hey,
Was a time I had warrants, talking a bad kind. These days now we got warrants, the Michael Jack kind. Got some warrants, the white boy fucking red kind. FBI, open up. We have a warrant. FBI, open up. We have a warrant.
Kenneth Cordell Griffin, you are under arrest for naked short in the float. Hands where we can see them. This is not financial advice.
Tick-tock, any clocks at zero. Synthetic shares in the casino. Diamond-handed heads lock the back door. Your borrow rate just hit 69,000% more. We have a warrant. We have a warrant. We have a warrant. Wait. We have a warrant. Naked shots in the Lamborghini trunk. That got you on the run. We have a warrant. We have a warrant. We have a warrant. We have a warrant. Battering ram through the Citadel Gate. Millionaires man in his bathrobe shakes. Paper trail longer than the Hudson Bay. Offshore accounts in the Caymans ablaze. You borrow chairs that never existed. Now the flow's locked and you're getting twisted. Tennies raining on the infinity pool. Your zip tie crime. This is cruel. FBI. Have a warrant. FBI. Lock him up, lock him up. FBI, open up. Door goes bam. Cite those servers and the evidence van. SWAT team stacking on the marble floor. Your mayo jars now exhibit 4. You taser deployed. Short squeeze louder than the bass we destroy. Kenny, you can run the algo, but you can't run from the ticks. 1, 2, FBI coming for you. We have a warrant. We have a warrant. GameStop to the moon. Handcuffing in the padded room. Suspect in custody. No bail for billionaires. This is what happens when you FTD the people's share. Warrant served. Attendees earned. We have a warrant.
All right, one more just to keep the vibes.
Today is feeling a bit whimsical, not a tad bit too fantastical. Lights on the screen, the bell's about to ring. GameStop earnings, let the whole world sing. Got Marge on the sideline, ready to make the call. We're coming for you, Kenny. Gonna take it all, no rest for y'all. The shorts better crawl. We're not standing on the sidelines, we're standing tall. Gonna buy them all, own them all. We're the big guns of the market, no time for small. Riding waves through the chaos, never gonna fall. Diamond hands steady while the paper hands crawl. Charts looking wild, but we read through it all. From the dips to the rips, yeah, we answer the call. Cash in the bank, Brian Cohen on the throne. Transformation season, watch the star get blown. It's GameStop, earnings day, turn the volume up, up. Hype is in the air, we're never gonna stop, stop. Moa's dreams, loading shorts, about to pop, pop. Diamond hands united, let the rocket drop, drop. GME, GME, light the fuse today. From the console to the moon, we're leading the way. By our whole DRS, that's the only play. GameStop earnings day. Let's fucking go! GameStop earnings day. Power to the players, pixels on the screen. From retro cartridges to the new machine. They laughed at the store, said retail is dead. But we built an army with memes in our head. Kenny in the core, sweating through his suit while we stack more shares like it's absolute loot. Earnings drop tonight after the bell rings loud. Volatility incoming, join the roaring crowd. Good vibes with a fantastical twist. We're the retail revolution that Wall Street missed. No more dilution fears, we're locked in, we're loaded. Apes together, strong to flow. It's been noted. It's GameStop earnings day, turn the volume up, up. Hype is in the air, we're never gonna stop, stop. Moa's dreams, loading shorts, about to pop, pop. Diamond hands united, let the rocket drop, drop. GME, GME, light the fuse today. From the console to the moon, we're leading the way. By whole DRS, that's the only play. GameStop earnings day. Let's fucking go! GameStop earnings day. They can short it, distort it, report it all day. But we see the truth through their feud and afraid. Today we ride the wave, no fear in our eyes. Earnings call coming surprise after surprise. Hands of diamond, hearts on fire. GameStop nation, take it higher. From zero to hero, the underdog tale. This isn't just a stop, this is the grail. It's GameStop earnings day, scream it from the roof. Hype train departing, absolute proof. We're coming for the throne, no more excuses. Jenny March, Citadel, the clock is ticking, juices. Jimmy, Jimmy, to the moon we fly. Diamond hands forever, till the shirts all die. Today is whimsical, today is fantastical. GameStop earnings day. We own it all. We own it all. We own it all. GameStop earnings. No rest for y'all. We're standing tall by the moon, the mall. Diamond hands never fall. GME to the moon.
more because I feel like it.
In the name of the ticker.
Well, hey, I'm just here to say Ryan loves the gays. We got bars for fucking days. Give Jackie his praise. The market's filled with haze. 420 trees we roll up and blaze. Don't take advice from Grace. Trusted trader plays. Portfolio's about to weigh. Do not hesitate. The tips gang here to stay. Big up my man Knuckles. Do you know the way? Wait, hey, hey, hey. Can you feel it? It's fucking coming. The money bags will soon be flowing. Tips gang ready, hedgies running. Come here, Kenny, it's time for bombing. Ryan loves the gays, let me hear you all say we can love one another in a normal kind of way. Forget about your differences, on the markets we slay. Our time is today, cause each will never stray. 4 years we've been in this battle, it's time to make Wall Street rattle. A massive herd of horned cattle from New Zealand to Seattle. We don't do no tail tattle, surroundings will spittle spattle, and people are gonna chattel while slows brittle and prattle. There's no need for us to straddle with Ryan back in the saddle. Marge is calling, time to skedaddle. Misha bark bark doggy paddle. Well, hey, I'm just here to say Ryan loves the gays. We got bars for fucking days. Give Jackie his praise. The market's filled with haze. 420 trees we roll up and blaze. Don't take advice from Grace. Trusted trader plays. Portfolio's about to weigh. Do not hesitate. The tits gang here to stay. Big up my man Knuckles. Do you know the way? Wait, hey, hey, hey. Can you feel it? It's fucking coming. The money bags will soon be flowing. Tits gang ready, hedgies running. Come here, Kenny, it's time for bombing.
Ain't can't wait to quit my 9 to 5.
Dope Studios.
The cat tweeted, no, he didn't. No, yes. What would you mean? Oh, that is the cat. That is the cat. That is the cat. Ah! Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's time, Chad.
Shout out, can't wait. Shout out, City Boy. 2 times for retail. Retail, stand the fuck up. We finna take first place, fam. Believe that.
GME with the Daily on! Oh my God!
Believe that.
Hallelujah, I said hallelujah, we never caved in. Yeah, we did a hallelujah. That's the sky, so Johnny do it well. Keep them holding tight, he asked how I was doing. Can't tweet it now on my Just to keep me going, to keep me strong, to never leave me wrong. Please grant me the mic, please help me hold another night.
Look at our calls! Look at our calls! Look at our calls! Look at our calls! Look at them! Holy fucking shit! Look at them! 2100%! Wait till
Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah.
It's not hard to imagine that Ryan Cohen has taken what many consider a dying brick and mortar business at GameStop and has trimmed it incredibly lean. And now people are thinking about the potential future of GameStop. I'm going to tell you this right now. GameStop's first purchase, it's going to be something that can generate yearly income. The reason that I'm talking about this, okay, and the reason that I'm going through all this is not to, tell you that this is going to take 10 fucking years and blah, blah. It's not like that. Ryan Cohen already told you he's going to do it his way, and his way is to, super speed this. What Warren Buffett did in 10 years, he wants to do in 3. And we have a bigger war chest to start with. We have a company that is not in a dying industry. I am going to be one of the people that shows everyone in the world that this is, was, and always has been one of the most undervalued, one of the most manipulated, one of the most beaten down, battered, and bruised stock that was deserving of massive fucking movements. And when it happens, and it will, I want to be there to say, I told you so. If you doubted me on Tupperware, if you doubted me on the spot and the Vicks and the multiple bottoms and tops I've called, listen to nothing else but what I tell you here tonight. This stock, what other people have to say about it, I don't give a fuck. GameStop is the single best investment out of the 7,700 plus stocks in the entire fucking stock market. I'm not telling you that for any fucking ulterior motive than to tell you that this stock is going to be one of the ones that the entirety of Wall Street will pay attention to because of the moves that Ryan is going to make. And what's crazy to think about is it's not just Ryan. There's a cat that lurks in the shadows that knows something about this stock and knows something very specific about the timing of this stock that when he pops up, you better fucking run. And I have a fucking feeling it's just about fucking jogging season.
Oh, Jackie. Raise the pints, charts going green tonight. Shamrocks on the screens, candles flicker in the light. From Dublin to the disco where the traders congregate. Jackie led tits, got the magic in the tray. St. Patty on the calendar, market open bell. Tops look like a rainbow where the green candles swell. Discord tavern packed like Temple Bar at night. Every lad watching tickers while the bottom keeps it tight. Tin whistle in the beat while the bidders dance. Fiddle screaming through the speakers while we size the chance. GameStop under watches glowing emerald bright. Candles climb the ladder like a leprechaun's flight. CEO talk, big plans, rumors in the air.
Massive acquisitions with billions in the lair. Cash stack heavy like a chest beneath the clover. Jackie say, lads, this trade ain't nearly over. Raise a pint, let the green candle sing. Tin whistle blow while the market bells ring. Jackie lit tits with the lucky brings. Tits gang riding while the whole pub swings. Charts on the wall, fortune in the mist. Trades get blessed by the leprechaun's wrist. From the Discord floor to the trading ring. St. Patty watching while the traders all sing. Willing pipes cry while the candles start climb. Every lad in the chat room timing in the line. And fiddle screech break, chart pattern unfold. Jackie whisper softly, lads, follow the gold. News flash scrolling like a bard's old tale. GameStop talking deals on a massive scale. 9 billion coins in the corporate chest. Plotting big purchases to put the plan to the test. CEO gamble tied to the throne. 100 billion dream for the company's own. If the plan works out, the saga gets told like legends of kings and vaults of gold. Oh, Jackie, keeper of the trade, guide the candle through the market shade. Look at the Irish in every play. Green on the screen, this Paddy's Day. Oh, Jackie, keeper of the trade, guide the candles through the market shade. Look at the Irish in every play. Green on the screen, this Paddy's Day. Morning bell rings like church in the square, but the trading floor louder than the fair. Jackie at the helm in the emerald coat. Discord crew ready while the pipes all float. Some sip whiskey, some sip stout, but everyone watching what the chart prints out. Volume starts spiking, candles grow tall. Pub erupts louder than the Gaelic brawl. No fairy tale here, just charts and nerve. Fortune favors those who read the curve. But tonight we trade with a grin and a toast, while the leprechaun laughs like a phantom host. Raise the pint, let the green candle sing. Tin whistle blow while the market bells ring. Jackie lets hits with the lucky brings. Tits gang riding while the whole pub swings. St. Patty smile while the traders persist. Jackie lets hits with the magical twist. Discord tavern where the legends begin. Luck of the Irish rolling in again.
That's your last one, promise.
Jackie, come on! doubts GameStop can get on their knees and suck our biggie size frosty.
What do we hate?
Negative premium.
What do we want?
Positive premium. Positive premium, positive premium, positive premium, positive premium.
Positive premium, 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 higher, higher, higher.
Hands in the air, we're almost there. To the light, rise from the dark.
What do we want?
Kids gang rise together. We the best. Best, 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 best.
What do we hate?
What do we hate? What do we want? What do we want?
All right. I guess I'm supposed to actually talk about the stock now, ignoring the fact that for basically the last 3 weeks, everybody has spent nonstop time about how terrible GME is, and this is terrible, and this guy called this, and that guy called this, and hey guys, can we all just take one collective moment? Can we all take one collective moment? Just right now, can we pause and say, hey, folks, technical analysis worked. The harmonic, the 5 touches of bullish divergence. We even opened the stream this morning and specifically spoke about GameStop's warrants and the potential for the break of the 236, making a move towards the 382, and lo and behold, folks, you wouldn't believe it unless you saw it with your own 2 eyes. GameStop's warrants going BAM! And folks, from the 5 touches of bullish divergence, that's a 90% trade. 90% trade. 90. And from the 236 break that we just spoke about this morning, including the RSI centerline break on the daily that we also spoke about, that trade just this morning right now could have netted you an additional 43%. And now, here's where we get to see some more exciting things that are developing on the chart. I'm going to start with the RSI, okay? We're going to ignore the chart for a second. I'm going to start with the RSI. What's something that you guys see the RSI doing? Let's get everybody in here answering. Let's get everybody in here firing in the answers or giving us their best. Hit me with your best shot. Fire a guess. So what do you got? What do you got? What do you got? What do you got? What do you see on the RSI here? Oh. So you guys are pointing out 3 specifically important things. Number 1, you broke the pivot. Number 2, your RSI is sloping vertically. Sloping vertically. That's very, very bullish. And the third thing that you guys noticed is you cracked the center line. 3 exceptionally positive technical artifacts that we had been paying attention to. Maybe not necessarily bull zone, but the center line, right? And the breakout of the warrants RSI with the 5 touches of bullish divergence. Now having entered the bull zone. Now, if we just look over to the left, there's only a handful of times where the stock got into the bull zone. Here to here. And then green inside of orange again. And if we look, GameStop's warrants within those periods of time between the green and the orange, right? Look at this. So the first time that it went through the green and orange, GameStop's warrants saw a 35% additional rise off of that bottom and breakout. And then the other time that we saw it do this very same thing, it saw an additional 25%. Now, as it pertains to GameStop right now, we are entering into the bull zone right now today. Now, obviously, there's still 3 hours and 20 minutes for that to change. So it could. But theoretically speaking, if we were to have the RSI hold within the bull zone, that would suggest that there is a large amount of bullish strength currently on the warrants, which could suggest an additional anywhere from 25 to 35% further, right? Now, where we take this measurement, I guess, will be up for debate, right? But an additional, say, 25% from the high would take us to the golden pocket and profit target number 2 at about, let's call it 350. All right, so we're just chilling on the warrants now that we've caught this nice, healthy breakout. There is some premium that is showing up into the stock. It's not an unbelievable amount, but at least it's not negative for once, so that's nice. The warrants are holding relatively steady. I don't really have too much to say because honestly, I just wasn't expecting it to make that kind of breakout move, and we got really blessed to kind of be able to take advantage of those 5 touches of divergence. Now the goal will be to seek a little bit more continuation on this trade. This rip is absolutely fucking phenomenal, but I would like to see significantly more out of this. Now, this doesn't mean that it couldn't come all the way back and backtest this again, but the positive momentum that it's built and the technicals that we have broken on the RSI, I'll say, bode very well for some continuation of the stock. And then the second technical we're going to kind of jump into here is looking at the MACD. So I want you guys to tell me, what do you see on the MACD? Can you guys tell me, just tell me one thing that you see on the MACD. You can pick whatever you want. All right, but is there anything that you guys see with regards to the GameStop moving average convergence divergence on the daily time frame? Is there anything that catches your attention on the GameStop warrant daily MACD? So the first one that some of you guys are highlighting is the fact that the daily MACD has crossed below center. So I've highlighted that with our green vertical line. The second thing that some of you guys are beginning to point out here is that GameStop's warrants MACD is very close to crossing the center line. So we're going to touch on that as well. And then some of you are also making a little mental note about how nicely vertical and upsloping the MACD itself currently is. So let's touch on those three things. All right. The first thing that I'd like to touch on is the moving average convergence divergence crossing below the center. Now, when it crosses below the center, that's usually a signal in and of itself. But you guys can see when that initial cross took place, we basically went nowhere and then came back down, and that was kind of shitty. But the MACD never crossed back again and managed to hold that momentum throughout this entirety of this swing here so far. Now, even with this retracement after hitting a little bit of resistance, we still have the moving average convergence divergence going for the test of said center line. The center line tends to be a momentous event, right? When you go through the center line, it tends to propel you with a great deal of momentum. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take some vertical lines and I'm going to highlight every time that the MACD crossed through the center line, okay? So here, here, and here. Those are all three times that the MACD on the daily for GameStop's warrants crossed below center and then through it, okay? Example number one right here, GME's warrants, saw a 43% rise. The second time is over here. GameStop's warrants saw a 40, let's just call it a 40% rise, 38, good enough. And then the last time back over here, it didn't go anywhere before. Obviously, you can see it broke entirely down, and that was just terrible. So of the three times, two of the three signals have been quite reliable, propelling the stock further. And now we have the MACD, after having spent a significant time below it, now getting very close to creeping through the center. If the momentum in the histogram can continue to, I'll say, remain relatively high, and the MACD continues to slope vertically, we should be able to not only see it go through center, but propel us even further and see a little bit of continuation on this move. Again, hopefully towards maybe the daily 200 at 320, and then maybe the golden pocket at 350. All right, so that's kind of what we got going on with the MACD. And then let's see here. Yeah, I mean, everything else is kind of like we're just in a really good position now. Now, the only thing, all right, and I'm sure many of you guys can already kind of get an idea in terms of, I'll say, what I'm about to say. If I turn on the Bollinger Bands, I'm not going to yet. If I turn on the Bollinger Bands, what do you guys think we're going to be doing? If I turn on the daily Bollinger Bands, what do you guys think we're going to be doing? Let's see if you guys can figure this one out. If I turn on the Bollinger Bands, what do you guys think? There's a pretty high statistical probability that's currently happening. Oh yeah. Yeah, not only are those Bollinger Bands going to be bulging, but they're going to be expanding, and we're going to be way outside of them. So we look at the Bollinger Bands, right? We're going to turn off all of the drawings. We look at the Bollinger Bands, and look at this, folks. Look at this. Bollinger Bands, if I turn off price action here temporarily. Look at this. Bollinger Bands bulging on the daily, right? So the upper one is going up. The lower one is going down. They're pushing away from one another. That's called a Bollinger Band bulge. So the Bollinger Bands are bulging away from one another, but look at where price is. The top of the Bollinger Band on the warrants for the daily is currently $2.05. We're trading, oops, wrong one. We're trading at 224, and we hit a high of the day of 290. So we're going to be way outside those bands, but the exciting thing is that those bands will very likely continue to bulge if the warrants continue to find some momentum. So maybe tomorrow we're not inside of them. Again, it depends where we close, right? But there's a pretty good chance that by, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week that we would not only be back inside of them, but now having the center line of that Bollinger Band sloping up to potentially propel us even further into another higher high. So there's a lot of very positive things that are developing. It's just from a technical perspective. I think the warrants, like I'm not even bullshitting with you guys when I say this. I think the warrants just caught a little bit of a squeeze. I think that is the first little sign or symptom that there's something to these warrants. I actually think that we may have just seen the first little miniature squeeze of the warrants. And I say squeeze, guys, this is not a fucking joke. GME today on its warrants went up 64% at its high. In what, an hour? I actually think we just witnessed the first little legitimate squeeze out of GameStop's warrants. And this was nothing. Like this is literally nothing. And I'm sure that some of your brokers are displaying the same thing that mine is. I'm sure some of you guys are seeing hard to borrow now pop up on your warrants. Patience, guys. Patience, 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 patience. Even if it doesn't necessarily just go like this nonstop for the next 4 or 5 or 7, whatever days, right? That from a technical perspective, staying inside of these bands as they bulge and looking for the continuation of the breakout move, there's a lot of very positive things that we're just ultimately waiting for this thing to do, okay? It's going to take time. It's going to take time. So just be patient, right? It's okay if it retraces. It's okay to come back inside the bands. Those are generally positive things to do to seek the continuation, right? Even when GameStop launched itself in April of 2024, right? Even when GameStop launched itself in April of 2024, look, it escaped the Bollinger Bands 2 days back to back right here. And then 1, 2, 3 days back inside, 4 popped outside, back inside, cat tweet. It is generally a very positive thing when you leave, I'll say, the Bollinger Bands and then consolidate your way back inside. It doesn't necessarily mean that it has to just get crushed and disintegrate back to the low. It's more so that you're looking for the consolidation so it chills out. That chilling out period or phase can get you back inside of the Bollinger Bands, right? And then once we get back inside those Bollinger Bands, we kind of have some freedom to make a little bit more of a push, because then you can have another big pop that takes you outside again, consolidate again, and then another big pop. Now, you guys obviously know the warrants are coming to a conclusion towards the end of October. So we're all just waiting for GameStop's earnings, and we're all just waiting to see what's going to happen here. But guys, the 5 touches of bullish divergence that we marked off and waited for here on the RSI has worked. And now, because our theory or thesis has worked out, we want to see the continuation. So we look towards our momentum indicators to give us a little bit of an idea as to whether or not we could seek the continuation of this move. So that's where we're turning our attention to the MACD on the daily and saying, hey, if that goes through center, that definitely could continue, right? We could also turn this off and we could hop onto the ADX DMI, right? And we could look at this and we could say, well, on the daily, the DMI positive just crossed in a mega way and you're still making hot coffee. This looks exceptionally strong. Exceptionally strong. So to seek the continuation, it's really not out of the question, especially when we've got technicals that are kind of suggesting, hey, this has strength. There's strength to this asset. Our goal is just, we don't want to FOMO in, right? So we're going to listen, right? Whether it's waiting for the back test of this more macro 236. Maybe it's pulling a Fibonacci from the low to the high that we just fucking ripped off of and identifying an area of support like the 382 right here at 223, right? We just have to be patient to let this continue to develop. But this first breakout has now put us in a technical position where a little bit of consolidation can lead to an even bigger breakout in the next coming week or 2 weeks. Now, whether or not that's going to lead to a massive GME move, I don't really know, because we're still within that 35-day window of trying to get a good price for GameStop stock for the bond traders that flip their bonds for equity, right? So we're sort of just kind of at that mercy of that 35-day window. But make no mistake, GameStop is doing something that has me thoroughly shitting my pants. For real, though. Yeah, GameStop is doing something on the daily that is making me thoroughly shit my pants. Would you like to see? If you'd like to see, I think I need 700 GMEs or Jimmies in the chat box. If you'd like to see, I think I need 300 GMEs or 3,000 Jimmies in the chat box. I think that's what we need. I think that's what we need. I need some GMEs in the chat box. And then Unity creeping towards its low of the day. Unity creeping towards its low of the day. Very good. That was also a Bollinger Band strategy, so very happy with that. SPY completed that bearish bat that we marked off. Good. Okay, and look at all those GMEs and Jimmies in the chat. Look at all those GMEs and Jimmies in the chat box. Folks, wife, I would like to take us all back. It's April of 2024. But I want to start new. Leave. I want to start new. Give me a new one. Why is this taking so long? Hurry the fuck up. I'm trying to be cool. What, can't you see I'm trying to be cool? All right. It's April. It's April of 2024. And GameStop looks hopeless. GameStop feels hopeless. The stock, after torturing us through 9 weeks of hell, reports one of its best earnings ever, but the stock disintegrates down to $10, and it looks all but over. In the midst of trading back towards $10, we opened up our RSI at that time and we said, hey, it's kind of cool, hey? There's like a little bit of bullish divergence that maybe is beginning to form. I mean, it's not confirmed, but you could also make the argument that there's like this really weird inverted head and shoulders that's kind of attempting to take shape. Now, I'll arguably say on the 4 hour, it did look a little bit better, but regardless, that's not the point. On the daily, there was something that resembled a potential inverted head and shoulders. And we said, that's kind of interesting that that's happening at $10. Because that $10 is macro area of support where we could see a big broad move. And so we gave it a little bit of time and we let it develop. And then we said, wow, now it really resembles an inverted head and shoulders. You know, if you kind of just mark this little doohickey right here off and pretend like it doesn't exist. Wait, why did you do that? But I put that you're supposed to. So now, all of a sudden, it really looks like an inverted head and shoulders, right? And then it made this little breakout right here. This was the day that it made the breakout out of that little structure. Once it broke through that structure, we take a little peek and take a look at GME, and oh, by golly, it did make a touch of bullish divergence. That low close to that low close, well, that's a higher low on RSI, but a lower low on price. So it was bullishly divergent. Barely. But it was bullishly divergent with that weird little inverted head and shoulders. And then all of a sudden, on that head and shoulders breakout, you want to know what came flooding into the stock, chat? You want to know what came flooding into the stock? Well, it was premium. I'm sure many of you remember Wednesday, April 24th, right? Because if we head over to here, we go to April 2024, Wednesday, the 24th. And remember, this is where we started to see the massive, massive uptick in premium. Now, I got to take you back. Sorry. April. Okay. Look at the premium. GameStop's premium was negative, and then boom! 1.9 bullish positive premium. And that was right towards the bottom of that little inverted head and shoulders playing out. And then the next day, more premium came in. And then the next day, more premium came in. Wow, what a cool move. But then, oh my God, it's over. Oh my God, it retraced 11%. Oh my God. Oopsie. And what did that RSI inverted head and shoulders say? How did that end up? Oh. So it broke out. It came all the way up to the center line and then failed a test of the center line. Oh, well, that's kind of interesting, hey? Now, let's go just exit this for a second and let's go take a look at what GME currently finds itself doing. If we turn off all of the drawings here, let's just take a look at the RSI and let's see what we see on the, what the fuck is that? No, it can't be. No, it can't be. No, it can't be. BBBY warrants nuclear. Okay, I'll put those on the screen. Give me 1 second, please. BBBY warrants neighborhood intelligence up 165%. What the fuck? So there you go. Okay, so carrying on my conversation. So with that little inverted head and shoulders, it would appear that we have something very similar taking place. What's even more interesting is if we look at this low and then we look at this low, well, that's a higher low on the RSI. What does price do? Oh. Well, price action, technically speaking, it actually made like basically an equal low. So while it is a weak touch of bullish divergence, one could make the argument that it's there. Now all of a sudden you're looking at this and you're wondering, hey, hold on a second. Is it possible that GME might start to seek out some sort of rounding bottom formation off of this low? Guys, it is possible. It is possible that we are seeing some fuckery afoot. And with fuckery comes finding outery. And with GME, as it currently stands, there is but one thing that remains for the bullish war cry to begin. I'm going to do it live. I need premium. No. That's not the right word. I want premium. With premium beginning to explode and the warrants showing signs of life, the potential for this to have its moment is growing exponentially by the fucking day. And last, but certainly not least, is the final piece of my thesis. Folks, there's one indicator that I would like to show you. There's one indicator I would like to show you on GME on the monthly that we have spoken about several times today. Would anyone care to take a guess as to what indicator I would like to show on GameStop's monthly? Does anybody have any sort of idea as to what I would like to show as it pertains to GameStop's monthly and one of the technicals that we use here consistently? Oh, yeah. It's the Bollinger Bands. The Bollinger Bands are back in town. The Bollinger Bands are back in town. The bands are back in town. The bands are back in town. Folks, for the first time in 2,559 days. 6 years. We are testing the lower Bollinger Band for the first time on the monthly. The last time that GME tested the lower monthly Bollinger Band by physically touching it, you have to go back to June, July, August of 2019. Now, did the stock see a further move down after hitting the lower Bollinger Band? You bet it did, but this company was on the verge of bankruptcy. Is it the same today? No, I don't think it is. So if that were the case, wouldn't you be looking at GME testing the lower monthly Bollinger Band the same way it did before the Great Sneeze and ask yourself, hey, is this the most retarded place to take a position? Then I would turn your attention over to GameStop hitting the fucking lower Bollinger Band right fucking now on the monthly. And it's not bulging. And I would say to myself, hey, there's some opportunity that's developing here where maybe I shouldn't try to perfectly pick the most flawless bottom. And wouldn't it suggest that the first physical touch in 6 years, knowing that 95% of all price action stays in between those bands on the monthly, wouldn't that suggest that you are creeping eerily close to finding some sort of possible relief off of these lows? I would sure say so. And boy, does that sure align quite well with GameStop's idea of the monthly, where if we then turn our attention to the RSI, boy, this has to be some kind of crazy coincidence, hey? This must be some kind of crazy coincidence. Because I know, right? I know that if this wasn't some sort of crazy coincidence, there would have to be something strange happening for the stock to make the same 3 touches on the top side of the trend line on the monthly, and then make the same touches on the bottom side of the trend line. And, well, interestingly enough, the monthly finds itself touching that trend line. And if the monthly finds itself touching that trend line, wouldn't it suggest that this could be a really good chance for it to go boop, boop? Wait a second. Aren't there some warrants that are coming to conclusion where it would certainly be beneficial for the share price to be a lot closer to 32 than it would be, say, 18? Oh, yeah. And wouldn't a bounce off of the monthly band suggest that the monthly RSI may bounce off of the bottom of an RSI wedge? And then couldn't that potentially suggest a retest of the center, which would also be a retest of the trend line? And then couldn't that also suggest that GME may make a macro, what the fuck? Shit! 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 Buckle up, buckaroos. The GME Jester is back.
Something stopped your deletion. We need to find out why.
But this wasn't the mission.
The missions changed. They always do.
Are you sure?
pumping up. Yes, they're pumping up. Yes, they're pumping up to the fucking moon. They're pumping up. They're pumping up. They're pumping up. Pumping to the moon. Moon, moon to the moon. Moon to the moon. Holy fucking shit. This is awesome. I hope it keeps going. Carry on my wayward trader. There'll be peace when you buy coals. Lay your bullish head to rest. Don't you put no more. Holy fuck, there's a lot of green, and most of the plays are pumping up. Yes, they're pumping up. Yes, they're pumping up. Yes, they're pumping up to the fucking moon. Pump, they're pumping up. Pump, they're pumping up. Pump, they're pumping up. Pumping to the moon. Moon, moon, moon to the moon. Moon, moon to the moon. Holy fucking shit. This is awesome. I hope it keeps Carry on my wayward trader. There'll be peace when you buy coals. Lay your bullish head to rest. Don't you put no more.
What happened? It's okay, I'm still holding. Diamond hands never folding.
Let's go. Let's go. From the 21 squeeze to the 24 return. Bro and Kitty posted made the whole war burn. We saw the chart spike, volume like a rocket launch. Now in 26 we still here, loading up another tranche. Yeah. We bring the apes out. We bring the diamond hands, causing the charts out. Let's have a toast to celebration, get a glass out. And we can do this until we crash out. So we let it dip, let it tank away. Yeah. And we won't sell now, never sell now, until we hit the ground and crash out. Crash out. Yeah, I'm in charge now, I'm a coon cat, and I brought my fucking squad out. All my apes are going hard now, from the Discord to the Reddit, man, the FOMO's loud. We don't buy the dip, we just load more. Shorts, sweat, and hedge funds hit the floor. I used to be a normie, now I'm all in on the store. Game stuck to the moon, yeah, we changing the score. See me in the green Lamborghini with the spoilers. Reddit in my phone, notifications going wild, boy. Every time the price drops, man, I buy a little more, boy. Cause when the squeeze hits, we'll be legendary, no choice. Yeah. We bring the apes out. We bring the diamond hands, the calls and the charts out. Let's have a toast to celebration, get a glass out. And we can do this until we crash out. So we let it dip, let it tank away. Yeah. We won't sell now, never sell now, until we hit the ground and crash out.
shares. I'm still buying every Friday, man, nobody cares. Just the queue for consoles, now I'm queued for millions. Keith Gill on the stream, yeah, the legend's still chilling. We don't stop when the price is low. We just average down and watch the shorts explode. From zero to hero, that's the GME flow. Roaring Kitty in the chat, everybody knows. See the volume spike, man, the charts are looking crazy. Bought a 400, held through the 40s, still wavy. They said it was a cult, now the cult's getting paid G. When we crash out, whole market gonna shake. Flashback to January, Citadel in the crosshair. Short interest of 100%, nobody can prepare Ryan Cohen, drop the letter set. Let's flip the script from brick and mortar, dying to a tech. Turn around, flip with the RS star shares. Off them in computer share, no more borrowing easy, made the borrow rate rare. Ladder attacks coming, price getting slammed down, but we just often bought more when the bell rang. Round console sales dripping, now we pivot to collectibles and FT marketplace streams, digital cards, unstoppable hedges on TV saying this is just a bubble. While the risk models cracking, man, they in real trouble. 2024 hit Kitty back with a lean for a post. Stock jump 70% quick, everybody froze. In the big post drop, show that massive position. 116 million vibes, hedges lost their vision. 25 and 26, we still in the five. Cracks bouncing around the 20s, but the spirits ignite. Every earnings call, we watch for the next move. Transform or die, we chose transform or prove. Yeah. We bring the apes out. We bring the diamond hands, the calls and the charts out. Let's have a toast to celebration, get a glass out. And we can do this until we crash out. So we let it dip, let it tank away. Yeah. And we won't sell now, never sell now, until we hit the ground and crash out.
Ain't can't wait to quit my 9 to 5.
Box Studios.
Wake from your sleep and dry off your tears. Today we escape. For shorts to close and cry their salty tears. Today we escape. GameStop. Soon when the trade is done and we take our gains. Today we escape. We escape. We escape. GameStop. From your sleep and dry off your tears. Today we escape. We escape. We escape. We escape.
Alrighty. Ready, everybody? Alrighty. So we've got GameStop's warrants still trying to make that nice, healthy little breakout to maybe making the full round formation up towards the prior highs of the day of 290. Hit 273 there or something. 275. And they found a little resistance, but now it's kind of like, it's not necessarily a cup with handle, but I don't hate it. If it were a cup with handle, I mean, the profit target on that could potentially retest prior highs of the day. So we'll see if that works. But GameStop's warrants continuing to do quite well. So nothing overly negative to say about those so far. And then GameStop itself is doing pretty well. GameStop itself is doing, I say well, 1.3%, but good enough. Okay, so what else do we got going on here? So we never really got to talk about some of the other stocks and trades that we kind of had going on. One of them was bad. A couple of them were pretty good. But we'll talk about the bad one first. So Wendy's came all the way back. Trian Fund pulled their offer for Wendy's. And Wendy's came all the way back and back tested the Golden Cross. So this next couple of days and weeks is going to be really important for Wendy's to hold that area of support. If it doesn't, that trade is probably donezo. So we'll see what ends up happening there with Wendy's. All right, but Wendy's is holding fine. So it's testing the Golden Cross. It does have the dividend distribution coming up on Tuesday next week. So all is not lost testing that golden pocket, but it's got to start gritting its teeth here and showing some signs of life. All righty, so that's Wendy's. And then ServiceNow hit a new high since our entry back on the 3rd or 4th or whatever fucking touch it was of this trend line here that we had kind of marked off. We held through earnings, which may have been borderline retarded, but it worked. And since those entries, we have seen a solid 40 to 50% rise in the stock. We did just recently this morning complete a bearish bat. So just be aware that there could be a little bit of a retracement impending on this thing, but it could lead to a golden cross. And I still have a indicator signal up here all the way to 159 that I would like to aim for on ServiceNow. Okay, so ServiceNow continues to look great. Not really too many negative things to say about it for right now. eBay is pushing back towards a double bottom following the harmonic completion. I still would like to see this thing hit the daily 200. I think that's probably the best spot to wait and find this thing. Nokia is finding support still above that macro 236, and it's getting pinched between the moving averages like we spoke about, so not much to say there. Pizza, we're getting a back test of the harmonic reaction, which I'm hoping could be divergent here within this structure. So just be very patient and keep a watchful eye on pizza. HubSpot had the weekly RSI wedge, still looking for the center line break. If this fails again, guys, it will be a complex inverted head and shoulders. And then every single one of you should have HubSpot on your watch list. Because I think this is the number 4 or number 5 bullish reversal pattern in the market, a complex inverted head and shoulders. So if it fails and rejects this high going into next week, look for this to make the inverted dandruff, you guys. Look for it to make, because it's so clean. Look at this. It's so clean. This is so nice, dude. Look at this. This is so clean. Like so fucking clean. Look at that. That's so good. That's so good. So keep your eyes on HubSpot. Even if you haven't traded it yet, there still could be a potential entry, something like this, to go from there to there with a pretty reasonable stop, right? So keep your eyes on HubSpot for that weekly, okay? DJT retesting that hard resistance, and it did put that inverted head and shoulders in that we spoke about. So not bad so far there for DJT. I know Money Tings was all over X talking about this thing for the last couple of weeks. So really good job to Money Tings for calling that one out. That was a really good work, dude. CoreWeave is still just, it's not really doing anything that I'll say, why did I use this chart, you fucking fuck? CoreWeave. So CoreWeave just not really doing anything that I'll say jumps out at me. The daily RSI wedge caught the break, and then since then, it's just been a fucking turd. So patience on CoreWeave for right now and how it reacts to these two moving averages that it finds itself at on the daily with the 50 and the 200 both sloping down, and you find yourself below it. So just a word of caution on CoreWeave. Alrighty. GameStop's warrants, 262, and looking for this cup with handle breakout. So we've got Ross to Kitty. We've got Rasta Kitty to try and help with the breakout, folks. I've instilled Rasta Kitty to try and give us a little bit of a hand, and we'll see if he can help us. All right. See if he can help us. Okay, good. All right. Good stuff. Good to see everybody in the chat box. So What Dog's first comment back says, when's GME going to 15 again? Who suggested that? Could you tell me with your passive-aggressive comment who that one was specifically directed at? Oh, I'd love to know. That'd be sweet. And then we've got the warrants, 265, looking for that breakout, guys. We've got the warrants, 265, looking for that breakout. Not to you, was the analyst. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. I thought you hated me again. Oh, I was so nervous. BBBY warrants / GME warrants made my fucking day. Let's go. Hey, man, congratulations to anyone that traded either one of those warrants. Really well done to you guys. Really well done. So BBBY's warrants were up like 180% or something when we were looking at them. And then GameStop's warrants hit a high of, I think, 65% on the day and 90+% since we spoke about them at the bottom. So What Dog said, almost. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Oh, and then I got a couple of super chats that I think I missed at the top there. So let's get to these super chats here. We had Bruce Ree. Look at that, saying you're good at what you do with the $20 burrito. What a fucking legend. He says, have a chocolate croissant. Stop. You almost made me drop my croissant. And a coffee on, he said in me, but I don't want to have a coffee in you. I just prefer coffee. So Dr. Snuffleupagus. Why my Playboy calls just spiked, calls up 75%. Maybe somebody got like a weird fill or something. I mean, that's totally possible. It's totally possible that there was like a weird fill. I don't think the Playboy IV has ticked up at all. We can double check quick. Playboy's IV is 55, 52-week low is 51. So no, it doesn't look like the IV has ticked up much. So not really too much to say there for Playboy. Maybe just like a weird fill. Jack, you've been gone a while, getting married, so don't worry about it, buddy. Oh, dude, I know. Trust me. What Dog? It's not even about GME being at bad levels. You should have fucking seen the fucking bullshit and stuff that we have gone through over the last couple of weeks. My goodness, I have put up with more fucking retards than I have in my entire fucking life just in the last couple of weeks. And that's saying something because I held GME when it went to 10. That was crazy. Yeah, you like that? So we had Ben and Poopa Cabra, my two moderators, with the five gifted, five gifted memberships. Everybody do the five. Five gifted, five gifted memberships. Everybody do the right on. Ben L and fucking Poopa Cabra with the 5 gifted memberships each. Goddamn legends. Goddamn legends, you son of a bitch, you goddamn legends. Thank you, guys. And then there's Bill Jeet, says, here's a $5 super chat so the haters can complain about it. Damn you, Bill Jeet! Aren't you supposed to be my alt account? What are you doing? I'm funny, I know. And then we had Poison Blanche, says, Doc, you is so hot right now. We don't care about anything except GME. Wait. Docu, so you got another indicator signal there, Blanche. You got another indicator signal on Docu at 68.66. So I would personally suggest aiming there. Very close to a golden cross on the stock as well. RSI, kind of like probably a wedge on the 4-hour. Yep. So big 4-hour RSI wedge. Get knock if you buck. Get knock if you buck. So that's what I would say about this thing. It looks very close to getting that punch towards 68.66. Alrighty. And then Ramsey Rocket with the $2 super chat for payday. Sorry for drama of week. Big love, TG. Ah, man, what a legend. Thanks, Ramsey. What a fucking legend. He's like, sorry you had to go through that, Jackie. And it's like, it wasn't that hard because I still get paid and I still make trades and I still make money and it's awesome. But it's definitely tough some days, you know, educating people for several years and then watching them turn around and say, fuck you, man. You're a piece of shit. And I'm like, but I'm just trying to help you. And they're like, fuck you, man. Fuck you. I'm like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. For absolutely nothing. So I'm just trying to help. What do you mean? Thanks, Ramsey, you fucking legend. And then Maxo420 says, you poots are doing great. Any targets except the SMAs? So if we take a look over at you, what we could do, all right, with you, not you, I'm talking about you, right? Not you. So what we could do with you is take a Fibonacci from the low that we bought to the high over here that we just made, drag it across. First logistical profit target is probably going to be that 236. I mean, really, theoretically speaking, that's the first kind of macro layer of support that this thing has. It's not that it couldn't stop here. No, it's not. It's definitely not that it couldn't. But it's like, what are the statistical probabilities? The fuck was that noise? Did you hear that? That's a person? Are you sure? Rock! Oh. Oh, sorry. I did sound like a squawking bird. I didn't know it was a person. Who is it? Who's squawking? I can't see them. Well, look.
Investigating. Hold on.
She's got the binoculars out. So with with Unity puts, the common sense is, right, we were waiting for the weekly to go back inside the Bollinger Bands. We've now done that. Now the bigger goal is to, arguably back test some more macro areas of support. So maybe those macro areas of support are right where it is right now. But I probably disagree with that. I think what a more logical conclusion would be is, how about this? First and foremost, you're testing the center line of the daily Bollinger Bands on Unity. That's going to be happening pretty soon. That's at about, let's just say, 43 flat. After that, if you slip below that trend line, there's a really good chance that you will just fall right to the 236. And then our little short entry from up here is going to do exceptionally well with a 20% pullback. And then who knows if it could get even crazier than that. But that's what I'm looking at for Unity. 37, 38 is kind of like the first area I'd like to see it in. I have January, so I have lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of time. So I'm not overly worried about it, but it's really, really positive to see that this trade has already gone green and bullish for us to the tune of 16 to 20% and a couple $100. So very happy with what we've seen on Unity. And if I was trading shorter dated contracts, so say, for example, I was trading the $50 puts for September, I would probably consider the idea of locking maybe a little bit in because it has made a reasonable move from the low. It hasn't got any fills here recently, but it should be up to like here at like 700-ish. So if you were trading shorter dated ones, just make sure that you're locking in some profits along the way. Because I have January, I'm willing to kind of hold this out for a little bit of some deeper profit targets. So that's just kind of where I'm at with Unity. Alrighty. And we had printer go. With $50 and printer go. He says, shout out to the best teacher. Shout out to the best teacher grifters on X. Oh, wait. No, he was talking about me, I think. Yes. Yes. Let's go, printer go, burr. And congratulations, guys. Congratulations. We've had quite a few number of stocks that we've been looking at that have done very well for us. The Unity puts, Chewy. The one thing I really, I forgot to touch on this yesterday and so far today. The one thing I really love about Chewy since that price target downgrade is it actually did miss the indicator signal by a couple of pennies. So theoretically speaking, if we can look for another long to buy, the indicator signals still remain there. So I'm pretty happy with what we've seen thus far on Chewy. I'd obviously like to see it get to those indicator signals sooner rather than later. But every pullback where it doesn't get to those signals is another pullback where I could make an additional number of percentage points up to those indicator signals. So that's where I'm at with Chewy. I'm still very happy with this. I just don't really have too much to add yet until we start back testing some more, I'll say, important support, like the 236 or the daily 50 between, let's say, $21 and $22. All right. I didn't touch much on Bark yet. I did want to get to this here quickly. Bark on the weekly has several touches of bullish divergence, and it's testing the center line. If Bark manages to break through center on the weekly RSI here, guys, Bark is going to have a big fucking move. It's got indicator signal to 13. It's even got another one to fucking 39. Now, I wouldn't aim for 39 necessarily right away, but I will say that there is a lot of excitement behind this thing and the setup that is currently developing on it that suggests that it could have quite a fantastic move in the short-term future. So if it rejects the center line, look for it to back test this low one more time. If it goes through it, we should be aiming straight up for 13. Straight up. He beat me straight up. Pay that man his money. I just started watching that. Yeah, I just started watching that. So yeah, there we go. All righty. I'm just checking some of your comments here. Draw the pizza. Draw the pizza, he says. He beat me straight up. I was just watching clips. I've been annoying the shit out of the wife recently by just watching like 6-minute clips of 40 different movies. So that way you don't actually get to watch any of the movies. We just watch quick clips of the same movies we've seen 144 times. It's awesome. Have I seen now? Yes, in fact I was actually just bragging about how much money we made on it because it just goes straight up. It only went straight up. So pay that man his money. So shout out to Service Now. So it's got a big harmonic completion, a big bat. So not very good for reversals, but it could retrace and then look for another dip buy towards 159. So pretty happy with that so far, guys. Pretty happy with that. 666 viewers. Uh-oh, we're fucking cooked. We're fucking cooked. Oh, shit, 669, the wife says. Okay, let's take a look at iron because I did say I was going to look at that earlier in the day. So let's take a look at iron. So iron just back testing daily 50 and macro 236 again. So if you guys want to see iron make a move, that's where it's got to bounce. Oh, that wasn't the daily 50. Excuse me. That was the 4-hour 50. So, the daily has a bearish death cross and both moving averages are sloping down as prices below it. So it's the same conversation I had with you guys the other day when we spoke about this. You got to get above that. If you don't, it looks awful. I mean, you guys would say this about any stock that had a death cross that's testing it below, that it doesn't look good, right? So just make sure that you guys are attentive to the fact on iron that you desperately need to fucking hold 40. 40 is so important here. All righty. What else do you guys got? Is there anything else that you guys have questions on, comments, concern, anything that you guys want to kind of talk about outside of maybe the usual that we've spoken about so far? Is there anything that kind of grabs your attention? What do you guys got? What do you got, hey? And then GameStop's warrants holding just fine. GameStop's warrants holding at about 250. So we're holding just fine. Is there any other stocks that we may speak about or talk about that you guys have some questions on? Strathcona, okay, fired in there. Hertz Flow. And then AMC RSI wedge 1 hour. All right, let's head over to AMC on the hourly. Say hourly RSI wedge. Yeah, good. Yep. Yeah, I like that. Good call. I wouldn't draw the bottom trend line, just the top one. But leave the top one. Top one looks great. So yes, I'll keep that with you. And then 30-minute, I would almost say go to the 30-minute and just draw this, because then you can predict the breakout a little bit quicker. So 30-minute, hourly, both mostly the same there. Alrighty. We had a question for Hertz flow, and then we had and Bitcoin. Okay, so let's go Hertz flow quick. Let's check in on Hertz flow. Hertz flow over the last week. Terrible. Yeah, not very good. So chill on Hertz for now in terms of the flow that I'm seeing. So very chill on the flow for Hertz, what I'm seeing. And then Bitcoin. So is fucking gold still going? Oh fuck yeah, it is. Let's go. All right, so Bitcoin 2% on the day and retesting the highs of this week. So once again, you got to break 82.1. You got to break 82.1. That's your big number. All right, that's your big number for Bitcoin. 82.1. All right, otherwise it looks fucking awesome. Very difficult to argue against it, but again, I'm going to turn your guys' attention to the oversold. You know, so just be aware. All righty. But yeah, it looks fucking phenomenal. And then crypto stocks, I think we're big up on our MSTR now. Look at this, folks. We are big up on the MSTR trade. So here's the MSTR long that we took from way back over here. And now that long-term position is, I want to get the word back out there that we back up. So there you go. MSTR position holding exceptionally well. Very, very happy with that one. Our gold position continues to put in some work. So very happy with that. Bonds are still dog shit. Oil companies, blah, not too much to say there. Members stocks and stuff that we see, KVYO, is that still going from when Body spoke about it? It sure is. So this thing's very close to making a big breakout towards that $25 indicator signal that we spoke about. Body was talking to you guys here about the bullish divergence at the 1.618. So that one's still doing very well. ASAN, I remember Kenny's intern, and there was one other guy that was talking about this. Was it Jagala or who was it, Kenny? Who was it that was trading this one with you? Because I remember somebody was talking about this one with you, and you two were slamming the fucking table about this thing. And since, that thing has just done fucking phenomenal. So really well done to Kenny's intern and whoever else it was there that was on that. I'm sure he'll remind me in a minute. But yeah, a couple of you guys were in on this thing and you guys crushed that. So really nice job. GameStop's still in that cup with handle structure. Still okay on the warrants, I mean. Not Jagala, he says. It wasn't Jagala. All right, I thought it was. All right, and then we had 2 super chats, and then I'll look at a couple more of the stocks that you guys were asking about in the chat box. We had the Grillicious with the 20 maple bucks. It says, I just want to take a moment for Jackie. We love Jackie. He works so hard to help us. Hey, you're not allowed to be nice. You're not allowed to be nice to Jackie. You have to be mean and treat him terribly all the time. Because he just doesn't get every trade right. And he's just a terrible person. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate that, though. Seriously, though. Thank you very much, Grillicious. I appreciate that. He was a very difficult and emotional last couple of weeks. You know, and I know that you guys, I'm not asking you to care, but it's been really difficult. You know, and I just tried to get people to just stay the course. Just stay with me. Stay with me. I know what the fuck I'm doing. It's just sometimes these things take a little bit longer to develop than what we had hoped. But do you think that there is one singular fucking person listening to this stream that's pissed off about the 5 touches of divergence that we called, that the stock went up 90% from the low? I don't think there's going to be one person that's fucking pissy about that. So I just try to, you know, I just really try to get you guys, like, just stay the course. Stay with me, man. Like, I really do know what I'm doing. I'm actually really fucking good at this. It's just sometimes you get other people that come in with bigger egos and think that they're greater than everybody fucking else. And then they get one or two calls right. And then all of a sudden it just snowballs into, okay, Jackie now sucks and this guy's the greatest. And I've seen that happen. How many times since we started this? Like 144 times, maybe. Like it's just a consistent theme that happens. But you know what else is consistent? Me showing up to stream every day to educate people for $2. Now, obviously, it's not $2. We crack jokes about that. I want you guys to understand one more thing. When I yell and scream and get cracked out and act like a psycho, I'm never trying to yell at you, ever. Some people, maybe because they're being fucking dickheads, but 99.9% of the time when I'm just firing off on a tangent, it's not about you guys. It is frustration from having spent a long time in the GME community. And after having spent so much time in the GME community, we continue to see people begging for handouts while having the ability to have education right in front of them and choosing to ignore it. It gets really frustrating. But we continue to show up, we continue to educate people, and we continue to just do what we do best. That's educate and show people like, hey, this is really what I do. This is actually my profession. Some days it's not going to be fucking roses. But we remain consistent. We work our fucking nuts off. And it's to get paid off like today. When a fucking warrant or a stock that we have been trading suddenly balloons 90% from our entry. And was any of us trying to get 90%? Hell no. To the no, no, no. Hell no. Hell to the no. To the no, no, no. We literally just sat here this morning and I said to you guys, okay, we're going to pull a fib from the high to the low of the harmonic completion. And if we break the 236, we're going to go to the 90% chance of the 382. That was the trade that we wanted. And then all of a sudden, that trade balloons into 50%. And then the trade from the 5 touches balloons to 90. Did we plan for 90? Well, not necessarily. But did it get there? Fuck yeah. And were we prepared to take profit? Fuck yeah. I can't be perfect all the time, chat. I can't be perfect all the time. But I promise you that nobody will work harder, nobody will show up more often, and nobody will be more consistent than this guy right here. You ride with me, and I will show you the way. Because listen, I don't get paid, right, through super chats, and then hop over to my regular full-time job. I'm dead fucking serious when I say this. This literally is my job. So I better be good at it. Otherwise, I can't pay my bills. So trust me when I say, you ride with me, you watch what we do, and you soak this in, and you take a good hard look in the mirror, and you say, be honest with yourselves, that you're really trying as hard as you can. I'll fucking lead you to the promised land, buddy. But you got to give me the same fucking effort I'm going to give you guys. All right. Atomic. Oh, I forgot Mickey, and then I'll do Atomic there. So Mickey Dimes with the 14 maple buckaronis says SPCE looks like it could turn up. What you think? Well, I fucking hope so, because if it does, that means that not only could I get some money back currently bag holding this piece of shit, but that would also imply that space stocks are going to make a move, and that would imply that my little hedge of YSS for space stocks could see a big fucking sympathy move. So just taking a look at the daily for space, nothing immediately jumps out at me. I haven't drawn any fibs or anything, but nothing like immediately jumps out at me yet. Maybe a 4-hour RSI wedge, maybe hourly. Yeah, hourly looks a little bit better as it's attempting to break out. So you could attempt to make a bit of an argument that there's a very awkward RSI wedge or channel attempting to break out on the hourly. And if it were to break out on the hourly, we could pull a quick fib from high to low, and we could probably aim for at least the 382 or the 236. So there's the 236 at 324, and then there's the 382 at 392. All right, so that's what we're looking at for SPCE. So I'm really hoping that the space sector can get a bounce because I'm very bullish on YSS. So maybe we can get some really cool news that could propel the stock into a nice, big, healthy move, and then everybody gets to win on space stocks. Alrighty. So that's what I would say here, Mickey. I'd say first and foremost, you're above the daily 50, below the 200. You want to see this turn and then hold above this and then lift off and then get a golden cross and then take off, right? So that's what I would say there, Mr. Mickey. Hopefully that gives you a little bit of a hand there, sir. Hopefully that gives you a bit of a hand. And then we had a couple more super chats here at the bottom. We had Atomic asking for a harmonic on DJT. Soon, when the trade is done and we take our gains, womp, 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 today, day, womp, 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 womp. All right, let's do from here to here. There's no way that this is an alt bat, right? There's no way. Actually, I would say it's not bad, actually. 1.13. So there could be an alt bat. It's not bad. That's not a bad alt bat. That would have to take you all the way up to fucking Christ almighty. That would have to take you all the way up to like $18. So far, the DJT inverted head and shoulders is looking very strong. Bullish divergence on the weekly looking very strong and still looking to crack the center line. So that's the big one for DJT. You got to get the weekly to break center. But if it does that, should provide a pretty substantial and sizable move. All right, checking in on the daily. Daily is creeping back towards the bull zone, so it looks good. Yeah, DJT looks good. And definitely if you're in the Discord, check out Money Ting's room because he's been talking about this nonstop. So check that out. And then White House Twitter saying Lake Ontario is now officially Lake America. Yeah, but what about what about the Gulf of America? Isn't that still the Gulf of Mexico?
Didn't they rename the Hormuz Strait?
Yeah, and then what about the Strait of American Hormuz?
No one listens to that old man yelling at the sky.
Yeah, old man yells at cloud. More news at 9 o'clock tonight. And then John Greenwick with the $5 Bomberino says, weird hypothetical here. If you had to long one stock, which of the two look better, T or MP? Wow, are you trying to get me in trouble? Well, AT&T is above the daily 200 and the daily 50 as both are either beginning to slope flat or slope up. So immediately that one looks better. And then what was the other one that MP, I think you said? MP Materials. And MP Materials is sitting right at the, so it's a matter of preference, my friend. It's really a matter of preference. Do you think that MP is in a bull flag? Because if you do, then I mean, the opportunity of that seems quite clear to me, right? And then the other question that you have to ask yourself is AT&T, are you interested in a boomer stock that moves really fucking slow? Because MP does percentages. This thing does divvies and slow as fuck bullshit. So if I was looking at either of these, I would say AT&T is a fucking boomer stock. Whereas this thing actually does percentages, like not just little percentages either. So I like stocks with more volatility that carry a better opportunity to make a big gain. So I would prefer MP over T in terms of just its volatility and its movement alone. So that's what I would say there. But I wouldn't tell you which one to specifically trade ever. I would just look at those and I would say MP makes way bigger gains. AT&T is just a fucking turd. This thing moves micro percentages. This is like me holding Pfizer. You know, like it's nice for the divvy and it's nice for the stability, but fuck me, is that thing slow as fucking balls. So that's what I would say about that one, my friend. All right, let's see here. Yeah. All right, let's see here. Longtime coworker of mine said Edward Jones called her advisor to sell tea and buy MP. It's not the dumbest thing I've heard. Yeah, you get it. Exactly. 41% on GameStop's warrants so far. 41% on GameStop's warrants so far. The excitement is dying down just a little bit as we kind of head towards the last 2 hours or so of the day. Nightfall is reminding me to look at Celsius. I did forget to look at that because that one had also had a little down. It had a downgrade, but a price increase. So you want to talk about a double entendre. How about a stock getting an analyst downgrade, but a price upgrade? So they downgraded the stock saying it's shittier, but then they upgraded the price of the stock by $5. So that made Celsius go down 5%. But Celsius hit our first profit target. So what are we worried about? Now we're looking for it to retrace. We're still looking for the weekly to make that breakout through the center line. It's okay. We hit profit target 1. This is not scary. This is now opening the door for a great opportunity. Let the technicals build out a little bit more. Daily RSI still above center and the EMA. So there's nothing to worry about here. Fuck the little analyst downgrades. They're all a bunch of fucking pussies anyways. They all just want to buy it for cheaper. So they tell you that they're downgrading it, and then they're the ones that are fucking buying it the whole time that it's going down. So it's still in very, very good shape. All right, still in very, very good shape. I don't have anything too negative to say about this one for right now. And the weekly looks amazing. The weekly continues to look absolutely amazing. So I'm very happy with this thing. Obviously want to see it burst through the center, but so far finding a bit of resistance. Oh, GameStop's warrants! Yeah. GME with an equal.
Myself. Can't wait to quit my 9 to 5. For a minute there, I lost myself. I lost myself.
For a minute there, I lost myself. For a minute there, I lost myself. Account in the red, couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. Tits gang kept me breathing. Me on my feet, tits gang, caught the bottom, bought more GME. Now I'm in the green, became an option fiend. We escape, this is GameStop. For a minute there, I lost myself. For a minute there, I lost myself. Cars reloaded, diamond hands displayed. Warrants gonna hit, can't stop this train. Ryan push the button, barry load the tray. Kitty come finish this shit, cause we bout to get paid. We escape, this is GameStop. For a minute there, I lost myself. For a minute there, I lost myself. 72 and my life starts to change. 120 to 220, can't wait till we hit 3K. I screamed at every shot, I'm not fucking leaving. Millions coming in and I never stop believing. We escape, this is GameStop. For a minute there, I lost myself. For a minute there.
One moment, if you please. Allow me to elucidate upon the current fiscal insurrection. GameStop short interest. And the most...
Everyone type $3 in the chat box right meow!
Yeah. One moment. One moment. One moment, if you please. Allow me to elucidate upon the current fiscal insurrection. GameStop short interest, and the most exquisite short squeeze in His Majesty's realm. Shall we begin? 22.95, my dear chaps, the sacred pivot, if you will. Resistance shall crumble with the grace of a well-bred gentleman's quill. We are not merely holding, we are custodians of destiny. Diamond gauntlets clasped to the moon, one might say, with utmost clarity. Oi, hedges, in the shadows, your margin calls are tardy and most uncouth. We sip Earl Grey whilst your synthetic shares meet their absolute roof. GameStop, GameStop, the crown jewel of this gentle melee. When 22.95 breaks, darlings, it's tendies and tea on the moon for we. Right, listen here, you absolute butters, I shan't be brief. I've DRS'd my shares with the punctiliousness of a Whitehall chief. While you chaps in the city were busy cooking the books with egregious leg girder main, we were in the Discord stacking certificates like fine vintage champagne. Short interest, positively vulgar, 140%. How gauche? Your borrow fees are sending faster than the Parvenu social climb. I must say, most gauche. I do declare the float is tighter than my backdrop on Ascot Day. When the Algo army falters, you shall witness a rather splendid display. Paper hands, how terribly common. We do not fold at the first sign of red. We maintain composure, sip lap, sang Souchong, and proceed with a stiff upper thread. Citadel, more like a citadel of hubris built upon sand and deceit. When the Moas arrives, even your quant shall admit utter defeat. 22.95, my dear chaps, the sacred pivot, if you will. Resistance shall crumble with the grace of a well-bred gentleman's quill. We are not merely holding, we are custodians of destiny. Diamond gauntlets clasped to the moon, one might say, with utmost clarity. Oi, hedges, in the shadows, your margin calls are tardy and most uncouth. We sip Earl Grey whilst your synthetic shares meet their absolute roof. GameStop, GameStop, the crown jewel of this genteel melee. When 22.95 breaks, darlings, it's tendies and tea on the moon for we. One simply cannot abide these naked shorts and their rather unseemly proliferation. It offends every fibre of my being, like a warm beer at the Oxford and Cambridge boat race regatta. We've got to float with the diligence of a Victorian archivist. DRS to the gills, your prime brokers must be positively livid. You excuse my candour, but your dark pool shenanigans are frightfully déclassé. While we apes,
Pardon, gentlemen of refined conviction,
simply refuse to decay. Ken Griffin, a most disagreeable fellow, I must confess. When a squeeze commences, even his shall require a rather large distress. We do not panic, so let the sight speak. That would be frightfully bourgeois. We diamond hand through the FUD with the stoicism of a peer in the house of the Lord. So do be there and cover those positions before the closing bell tolls. Otherwise it shall be quite a spectacle, absolute financial bedlam, I suppose.
Our Father,
Who art in the cloud computing,
art in the cloud computing,
hallowed be thy chart pattern. Thy kingdom come, straight to Andromeda, if you please. Thy will be done on all outstanding locates. Give us this day our daily gamma squeeze, and forgive us our occasional paper-handed moments of weakness, as we forgive those who spread FUD in the media groups. Lead us not into citadel temptation, but deliver us from evil market makers. For thine is the float, the power, the glory, forever and ever. To the moon, old boy, quiet. Enough pleasantries, the bell is about to ring with impeccable timing. 22.95 is the line in the sand, and we are most impeccably rhyming. When that level shatters like a lesser vintage of claret under pressure, the chalk cascade shall be more elegant than a perfectly executed fox hunt measure. Tendies shall reign like a better get a royal wedding in Westminster. Champagne on the lunar surface, served by butlers in lunar vestments. Sir, we are not gamblers, we are participants in the most civilized insurrection. GameStop shall rise and the hedges shall learn proper fiscal discretion. So I bid you good day, you over-leveraged scoundrels of a square mile. When the rocket ignites to remember to smile, or at least attempt it with style. Diamond hands, diamond minds, diamond lineage from here to eternity. GameStop 22.95 Moas, cheerio and God save the float.
One moment.
Do you hear that?
one moment.
Do you hear that?
King Jackie and his men took Ken Griffin from his bed and filled his ass with mayo. This stock be ours, and by our powers we will take this shit to the moon.
never shall we die. Together hoist the colors high. Heave-ho, degenerate traitors, never shall we die. Some have died and some are alive, and some others sail on the sea. We're the keys to the cage and to the kitty we pray. We take the fight back to Wall Street. You by the dip accumulate your shares. Heave-ho, degenerates and traitors, never shall we die. Together hoist the colors high. I said fuck Ukraine, but give me a slice of pie. A slice of pie. A slice of pie. The stock has been raised from its bankruptcy days, now sporting a massive war chest. A cat tweet to all, pay heed the call. It's time Wall Street burns. Yo, hands hoist the colors high. Heave-ho, degenerate traitors, never shall we die. Yo. King Jackie and his men took Ken Griffin from his bed and filled his ass with mayo. The stock be ours, and by the powers we will take this shit to the moon. King Jackie and his men took Ken Griffin from his bed and filled his ass with mayo. This stock be ours, and by the powers we will take this shit to the
All right, one more, just because everybody's in such a good mood and we're just vibing. We're vibing hard. All right, so let's see. You know what? I think it's just about that time.
I got a bad position and I need gains now. Call Jackie Late, it's 877 tits now. I got some bags, but I need moon now. Call Jackie Late, it's 877 tits now. They've helped thousands, they'll help you too. Indicators and TA, they will teach you. If you've got bad entries, but you need wins now, call Jackie Late, it's 877 tits now. 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 Call Jackie Late, it's 877 tits now. Join the Tits Gang Discord right now. Call Jackie Late, it's 877 tits now.
I'm scrolling through my feed all day. I tried some groups, they weren't that great. Still, I gotta find more trades. More fun and education is what I'm looking at. When I join the crew, I'll get the biggest laughs to find out my direction. I'm chatting in the server all night, getting my cash on my own times. It's gang education made me see GameStop needs to hit that 33. Get connected for free, with Jackie Tits and TG. Get connected for free, join Jackie Tits and TG.
Down to the down, and then it is a buying to boot. Bull this try do it into the beer. I have using the broke here today because I have absolutely no idea what I am game. Charlie again, I'm hooking my voice. It is as succulent as I hear it. It is a succulent figure.
The best bohemian faking up is Jackie in your cup. 4 church beans in your IV, they line the Starbucks. We don't have that here in Russia. I only drink black coffee, maybe little bit of sugar and little touch of milk. But as I waking up, ADX go high and we mix a breakout and we look for the boom boom. Best part of waking up is Jackie saying bless, and he wants to be bullish on the market and dance a GME. I'm actually about to shit my pants. I'm actually about to shit my pants. So I have to run to the after.
In the name of the ticker,
It's gonna be me. Dum 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 dum.
in the name of the ticker, the flows and the holy short squeeze. In the name of the ticker, the float, and the holy short squeeze. Amen.
Full in a sea of red disgrace. But diamond hands kept stacking DRS locked in the vault while the shores kept digging deeper. Their own financial fault. We lit candles in the threads, posted screenshots like prayers. Every night financial advice met with bullish stares. The higher the short interest, the sweeter the fall. When 22.95 breaks, we answer the call.
Our Father,
Who art in the cloud,
hallowed be thy charge.
thy kingdom come,
To Andromeda,
thy will be done.
on margin call.
Give us this day our daily squeeze, and forgive us our paper-handed sins, as we forgive those who fought against us. Lead us not into citadel temptation, but deliver us from evil shorts. For thine is the flow, the power, and the glory forever and ever.
To the moon.
When the bell rings and the Hulk start flashing red, we'll still be in the chat, screaming this is not the top yet. Every dip is a blessing, every fake out a test. We were born for this moment, put our resistance to rest. The borrow fees climbing, the CTB's on fire. Synthetic shares burning in the funeral pyre. Apes together strong, no soul left behind. When 22.95 cracks, the whole market goes blind.
Lord, 22.95.
Savior, King of the squeeze. We beg, Lordy Lord,
No resistance.
pretty please.
Send us
Oh, send us
to Tendy Town
high, break every level, light up the sky.
22.95.
Forever we pray, diamond hands united.
We going today. We going today.
Moass inbound, clear the way.
22.95.
22.95,
22.95.
send us, 22.95.
22.95.
Tendies on the move. Diamond hands forever
22.95.
to the moon.
What do you guys think? One more? Yeah, all right. All right.
Are you ready? It's almost time to buy that dip. Hold the line. Support is coming. We're writing rhymes, dancing the jig, having times of our lives. Load up, take aim. Pull that trigger, let the shares fly. Load up, take aim. Pull that trigger, let the shares fly. There's harmonic completion, bullish divergence. Tell your wife's boyfriend you're about to make a purchase. Whales on the sidelines, essence of felines. I smell Tandy's cooking, get ready to dine. Load up, take aim. Pull that trigger, let the shares fly. Load up, take aim. Pull that trigger, let the shares fly. Not long now, till the bottom is in. The pain wasn't for nothing, nor was it tin. So all gather round, raise a glass for the gang. Our day has come, we'll go out with a bang. Load up, take aim. Pull that trigger, let the shares fly. Load up, take aim. Pull that trigger, let the shares fly.
Ah, of you. The beautiful people, the beautiful people, the beautiful people, the beautiful people. And all these words of Jimothy, we're gonna make it out to sympathy. Hey, hey, what do you say? My Jimmy Warren's going up today. Hey, hey, what do you say? My Jimmy Warren's going up today. Bam, 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 bam. What's up, everybody? What's up? We're vibing. We're just vibing. You know, we're just vibing. It's great to see everybody here. We've got GameStop warrants still making kind of a higher high and pushing to kind of break out of this structure and head towards another higher high for the day, hopefully without coming back to that original launching spot. So hopefully this thing will find some support here and try to turn around to some degree. We'll see what happens here. I still am generally pretty bullish on the movement that we've seen so far here today. And you can see the candles we're getting wacky here, folks. We're getting wacky. So we're still looking for the breakout. I'd still love to see this thing hit $3 before the end of the day. But yeah, I mean, the vibes are just immaculate right now. The vibes do be immaculate right now. So we're feeling good, man. We're feeling good, man. I hope that you guys found some way to take advantage of GameStop with regards to what happened on the warrants and the conversation that we were having about the touches of divergence and et cetera, et cetera. Now that we have seen that move successfully happen, folks, because there's no denying that this is a relatively successful move, right? Because we've seen that move transpire to some degree. Now, obviously, we're all hoping that it continued to go, so just don't worry about that, right? The important thing to look back at now, say, okay, what kind of signs were there? Right? Like, this is where you take your trading journal, and in your trading journal, you write down. You're like, okay, well, I was looking at trading the warrants, and they made 5 touches of bullish divergence before they broke out. What other kind of signals or symptoms was the stock putting in that suggested it can make a turn? Well, one of my favorite indicators that you guys know about is the Hall sweep, especially when we are above it and it flips green like this. Boy, oh boy, that tends to be a pretty good signal. And look at this. Along from the flip of the green hull could have potentially netted you 69% So there's another thing that you could throw in the trading journal and say, oh, hey, you know, I didn't see it at the time, but that daily hull, it flipped green, and that added a little bit of confluence, right? You could have also opened the Bollinger Bands, and you could have said, oh, well, we were testing the lower side of them, and then those bands started to kind of relax and chill out, and then we broke the center line, and then boom, off to the races we went, right? So the Bollinger Band's the test of that low on the lower Bollinger Band. Hint, 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 hint. Am I being obvious enough? Do you think they'll understand? Hint, 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 hint. About the lower Bollinger Band. Hint, hint, hint. And definitely nothing to do with the conversation that we had. Hint, 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 hint. About the monthly conversation on the monthly Bollinger Band for GME. Hint, 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 hint. And so I don't know if anything would ever possibly happen, but I mean, looking back at it, it looks like the daily Bollinger Band on the GameStop warrants got tagged right here after making a couple of touches of divergence, and then it had a really big turn. And I do wonder if I looked over at GameStop's monthly, if there was anything that was happening on GameStop's monthly lower Bollinger Band while the RSI was perhaps doing something that I have no idea what you're talking about. And perhaps that was kind of like a signal or a symptom of the impending doom that short sellers were about to impose on themselves. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know nothing. I literally know nothing. I'm actually retarded, so I don't know nothing. But there's a chance that something could potentially transpire. I don't know about you guys, but I don't know about you guys. But hey. Hey. No, seriously, hey, what's up? What the F is going on? The warrants are making a breakout and the stock is doing nothing. Damn it! Damn it. So, how are you guys doing today, man? Are the vibes higher? Does the energy feel good? What say you, chat? I'm taking a little bit of a pause, a little bit of a relaxation break here. Just asking you guys, how do you feel after today so far? How's it got your mentality on GameStop feeling? You feel a little bit better? You feel, kind of we're doing okay? So I think we're doing just dandy, man. And I so desperately wish from time to time, I do desperately wish from time to time that we could go back and look at some of the conversations that we have had, not only as it pertains to GameStop stock, but its warrants and all the random little discussions that we've had sort of in the midst of GameStop, quite frankly, being a gigantic piece of shit. I desperately wish some days that we could go back and just, relive those conversations as we were talking about them before all of this stuff transpires. And I know that we could go back and we could clip the stuff from the warrants like you guys already have in the Discord. Like, I know that we could do all that. But, I wish in the moment, when it comes to, I'll say something like GME and its warrants here at the lows, when we were talking about those touches of divergence, I wish in the moment that I had maybe a little bit of a better ability to kind of drive home the possibility of opportunity and how to make money and how to take advantage of some of the things that we ultimately see develop on this chart. I think I do a damn good job already. But I feel as though, or I guess I wish from time to time that I had the ability to sort of rewind time and do, just a little bit more to try and get people to sort of, understand the things that I see. It's hard though. And I don't blame any of you guys. I'm not mad at any of you guys whatsoever. It's fucking hard to have conviction or belief in something that has quite honestly only gone down. And besides the fact that it has only gone down, how can we put our faith and belief into harmonics and bullishly divergent touches and blah, blah, blah? How can we really, I'm trying to click the harmonic, but maybe I hit it. Did I take it off? I must have accidentally taken it off. Okay. Regardless, how can we trust these silly little triangular structures, right? How can we trust these structures? And how can we trust this divergence if the last few times that we had, I'll use this as an example, the last few times that we used it on GME, it seemingly didn't mean shit. But the warrants, again, I'm going to circle back around to this conversation. The warrants are a derivative of the stock, right? So it's basically an option of the stock. And the biggest thing that this kind of has going for it is that we have seen two other examples, and we spoke about this, I think it was earlier this week or late last week. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. But we spoke about how we had witnessed Bed Bath & Beyond's warrants as well as AMC's warrants, aka APE. You guys will remember, now obviously ignoring today, you guys will remember that Bed Bath & Beyond's warrants last week or the week before had a really big squeeze move towards the end of their life or switching to that neighborhood, whatever the fuck it was, right? And then we had also seen APE. APE had also had a really sizable move in the final month to 2 months prior to its closure of that actual token or coin or warrant or dividend or whatever it is that you want to call it. So we are kind of thinking, GameStop, as we creep towards, September, October, the last kind of months of the completion for this thing, there's somewhat of an expectation that this thing could see a run. Now, whether or not that run would happen in the final 2 months or the final 2 days, that's kind of the technical analysis that we do at hand. And we looked at We looked at the 5 touches of bullish divergence. We spoke about the deep butterfly harmonic completion that we had here that gave us a terminal candle, the reaction, the back test that was bullishly divergent, right? That completed our 5th touch of bullish divergence. And really from that point forward, it has just been patience. You know, because that truly is, and again, I'm not speaking to any one of you individually or specifically. Patience is the hardest thing to have, especially when many of you guys believe so deeply in GME and have this like big belief that GME is going to change our lives. And I'm right there with you. I thoroughly believe that, you know, GameStop has already changed my life through the education that I have, you know, gone out and achieved over the last couple of years. But for me, like, I want to see the GameStop thing fully through. And as we kind of watch these warrants and these things ultimately develop over time, technical analysis continues to remain supreme. And the reason that it, I'll say, has had difficulty on GME over the last little while here, number one, obviously the 35-day window is putting a hamper on so many things, so many technicals. And so we've really just had so much bond arbitraging and so many warrant arbitraging and so many just regular arbitrage traders jumping into the stock and just suppress, beat down. But there's not really very much left for them to beat down, you know? So as we waited, whether it was the GameStop warrant harmonic or whether it was the GameStop deep butterfly harmonic that we were waiting for back over here that then extended into a deeper butterfly where we still have no premium, so still haven't traded any options, we now see that the stock is attempting to build some level of support. It's putting in a chart pattern on the RSI that is very fucking attractive, exceptionally fucking attractive. And now it's doing things that we want to see that could suggest the continuation of a potential breakout move, especially, you know, in the case of the warrants. As it stands right now, there is one more thing that stands in our way of this making a full-scale breakout. Okay, there's one big thing that stands in our way of making this last breakout. But before I get into this conversation, can you all grab your notebooks or even open your phones, open like a little note thing, and just jot this down? All right, just jot this down because this is important. What we're going to talk about here will be forgotten in the days and weeks that ultimately transpire after this. Okay, but I want you to remember this so that you yourself can confirm this kind of on the fly. With the warrants on the weekly time frame right now, look at where the RSI is. Everybody looking at your screens? Everybody looking at your screens? There is the weekly RSI having broken out of a weekly RSI wedge on top of the 5 touches of bullish divergence that we had on the daily. And the weekly RSI is now resting at the final pivot. You are resting directly on the center line of the weekly RSI. I can promise you unequivocally, almost with 100% certainty, that if this RSI on the weekly goes through the center, the warrants are going to squeeze. They are going to go full retard. That is now your confirmation. That is everything that we are focused on over the next 1 to 2 weeks. Because if the warrants go through that, we are going to fucking squeeze the warrants. And these things are going to go fucking parabolic. Because if any of you have been with me for any amount of time, you know breaking a weekly RSI wedge that also breaks the center line as its confirmation tends to see Giga Chad moves. But I'll take it one step further. Look at the weekly MACD. Didn't I give you guys recently a trading strategy that involved RSI wedges, RSI centerline, and a MACD cross? Didn't I give you that strategy? Like, what was that, 2 weeks ago? Probably 2 weeks ago. where we spoke about the weekly RSI wedge or daily RSI wedges, breaking out, crossing center, having the MACD also cross. Look. You're telling me that the warrants on the weekly RSI are on the verge of breaking the center line, which is the divider between bullish and bearish, after breaking a weekly RSI wedge, which then is on the verge of having a MACD cross below the center for the first time on the weekly on the warrants. Look familiar? Weekly RSI wedge breakout to the center. MACD cross below the center. Argue here. I don't really give a shit. And look at the fucking swing. Right? Now look at GameStop's warrants again on the weekly. Look at that. Look at. The weekly is testing the center line of the Bollinger Band as you test the center of the RSI. If you go through fucking 280, that thing is gonna fucking fuck. It legitimately is like at the precipice, the biggest pivot, the final spot. This is the destination. You break this, there will be motion in the ocean. Hey, I haven't pulled that one out in a while. There'll be motion in the ocean. Now, the question for you is, how do you take advantage of this if you weren't buying the lows or you didn't trade that 236 test? Has GameStop gone anywhere or done anything? Answer, no. Wouldn't it seem semi-pertinent that you would want to probably pay attention to GameStop premiums and watch for the premiums to flip positive by millions of dollars? Which would then suggest one of two things, either shorts covering or longs longing, which would then give you the confidence to say, well, if the warrants break out, well, then GME is likely to break out behind it. And then all of a sudden, there's a nice opportunity, like Jackie has been fucking hinting at, at any price below 22, suggesting that the turnaround could be nice. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? All right, so that's what I got kind of going on for you guys right now. And then to end today's show, on the 5-minute time frame, there's a potential 3 rising valleys that Lencho had pointed out there in the chat box. So 3 rising valleys is the number 3 bullish continuation pattern in the market. And if this were to turn and fire it back up, then theoretically speaking, you could take your profit target, place it at the top of the pattern, and then that would take you all the way up to the next area of resistance, which is about 360. So if that 3 rising valleys breaks out, you could see a pretty sizable move again past $3, and then you get to start talking 350. Fuck me. What is going to happen after hours today? This might get wacky. So if something wild happens in after hours, folks, just before I sign off here, if something wild happens in after hours, we will go live later tonight. Okay, so that'll be the plan. If something pops off in scam hours or after we sign off, we'll do another live stream later tonight. But my body hates the 4.5 hour streams, let alone 4 hour streams, let alone 3 hour streams. So I'm gonna sign off here, guys. Call it a day. Go get some rest because you should have fucking heard it last night, bro. We had the most insane thunder and lightning storm last night. Like 100%, that was the most insane thunder and lightning storm I ever fucking been in. It was so bright. It was so fucking bright that it was actually illuminating our entire bedroom. It was fucking nuts. And then all of a sudden, it sounded like the fucking rainforest just sent that, just for a solid like fucking, what was that, like 10 minutes, wife? Oh my God, that was fucking nuts, dude. That is just the most insane fucking storm of all time. So that was pretty fucking sweet. That got me jacked to the tits, but it definitely didn't get me no sleep. So that was. So thank you everybody for tuning in to today's show. Looking forward to reconvening later today in the Discord, and hopefully these can have an even bigger breakout. And $3, $3.50, and then I mean $4 would probably be kind of like, $3.50, then $4. That's probably the progressive manner at which we would kind of target this. So that's what I got, and that's where I'll leave it off, folks. So thank you guys so much for tuning into today's show. I really, really, really appreciate it. My body just cannot handle these streams. I have to go eat something. I got to go ride my bike. I got to move around. I'm sorry, guys. My body just, I can't do the mega long streams anymore. So I got to take care of myself, and it's already been a hell of a last couple of weeks. So I got to make sure that I keep taking care of myself. So thank you everybody for tuning into today's streams, and looking forward to more, maybe tonight, depending on what happens, or we'll just reconvene tomorrow morning. So thank you, everybody, and take care of yourselves. Goodbye.
Yo, screens green, let's get it lit. It's your boy Jackie Lay Tips. Swipe up with GME, moon in quick. Always jet, take a tits, never grip. Drives on fire, levels getting hit. Rules gone by, there's stick split. Pull up, lock in, box will miss. Jackie live, we printing this. Always jet to the tits. Yeah, let's trade, baby, go!